Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and those watching on the webcast today's London Assembly plenary meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all our members are invited to attend. A meeting participants may choose to wear a mask in the meeting room unless speaking. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off after speaking. Can I ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence for today, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence from Assembly Member Prince and Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you. I want to update you on some of the recent Assembly activities. Our last full Assembly meeting was Mayor's Question Time on the 19th of May, and since then, the Transport Committee met to discuss the future of bus network and consider the impact of TfL's bus action plan will have on London's bus passengers and drivers. The Fire, Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee held a Q&A session with London Fire Commissioner and representatives from the London Fire Brigade. The Health Committee examined early years development during the pandemic and questioned whether some children were more disproportionately affected than others. The Environment Committee discussed the importance of wild spaces in London, including biodiversity, ecological corridors, and how to improve access to this space for the diverse Londoners. The Police and Crime Committee held a Q&A session with the Acting Metropolitan Commissioner and the Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime. And yesterday, the Police and Crime Committee also reviewed recent successes and failures of the Independent Office of Policing and Crime Investigations into the Metropolitan Police Service. Finally, I'm sure the Assembly would like to join me in congratulating all Londoners and GLA family colleagues who received awards in the Queen's Birthdays Honours List. In particular, I would like to congratulate former Assembly member and Chair of London Assembly, Nevin Shah, who received a CB for his outstanding commitment and dedication to public and political service. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out in item number 2? And can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests, whether they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? I take the silence means that all of you have done so. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly annual meeting held on the 9th of May and the Mayor's Question Time held on the 19th of May to be signed by me as correct records? And confirm the minutes of the Extraordinary Confirmation Hearings Committee meeting held on the 17th of January 2022 to be signed to me as correct record. Okay. This now brings us to today's principal business, a question and answer session on the Transport for London. Joining us here in the chamber we have Sadiq Khan, Chair of Transport for London, and Andy Byford, Commissioner of Transport for London. Welcome to both of you to this meeting. This will be a lead-off question from me as Chair to the Chair of the Transport of London. Assembly members may then put supplementary questions to both guests. Please note could I ask the Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their question. Guests, we would like you to be succinct for answers, please, so that we can get through all the questions that we have in front of us. And the first question to the Chair of Transport for London is, how is Transport for London continuing to support Londoners' recovery from the pandemic, and what are the greatest priorities and challenges over the longer term?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Over the last 12 months, TfL and London's transport network has continued to play its full part in the capital's and the country's road to recovery from the pandemic. There could be no greater symbol of the city's resurgence than the opening of the central section of the Elizabeth line last month. I know many of you from the Assembly were there. It was lovely to see Her Majesty the Queen at the formal opening at Paddington. I think we missed a trick because we should have had Paddington Bear there, clearly. And I've had stern words with the Commissioner in relation to that foible. Otherwise, it was a fantastic day. By connecting London's major employment centres and increasing central London's rail capacity by 10%, the Elizabeth line is providing new journey options and supporting wider regeneration and recovery from the pandemic, creating jobs, business opportunities and a huge economic boost for the country. Chair, since the last Transport Plenary, we've also opened the Northern Line extension, hugely improving the connectivity of the Battersea and Nine Elms areas and further supporting the capital recovery from the pandemic. Last month, with the Commissioner, I was pleased to see TfL finish construction of a brand new Northern Line tunnel and passenger concourse at Bank Underground Station. When upgrade works finish later this year, the station will see its capacity increase by 40%, making journeys through Bank quicker, easier and more comfortable. In October, we expanded the ultra-low emission zone out to the north and south circular roads, with the number of older, more polluting, non-compliant vehicles seen in the zone each day reducing by 47,000 in the first month. To further reduce toxic air pollution, tackle the climate emergency and cut congestion in the capital, TfL is now consulting on expanding the ULEZ London-wide in 2023. And over the last year, TfL has been able to resume 3 night tube lines as well as the night overground services. But while we make improvements that will help our city and the whole country recover from the impacts of the pandemic, I have to be honest that we're working with one hand tied behind our back. The government continues to refuse to provide the long-term funding certainty TfL needs, and the punitive measures they've imposed as part of the piecemeal funding deals they've offered are starting to have real impacts on Londoners. Last week, TfL had to launch a consultation on changes to the bus network, changes it has been forced into because the government won't provide a fair funding deal. Many Londoners, including me, will not like these changes, but the truth is there could be even worse to come. Without proper long-term funding from the government, bus services could be cut by almost 20% and tube services by almost 10%, equivalent to an entire line. So while we've made significant progress, the government's approach to transport funding means that the future remains uncertain. With proper funding, TfL can provide transport services that will help the whole nation get back on its feet. The government now needs to stop playing politics with TfL and get serious about the future of London and the UK. Thank
you for that response. I'm now going to take questions from Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, one of the punitive measures that was required as part of a funding deal was to get TfL back to financial sustainability by April 2023. Will TfL be financially sustainable by that date?
Well, look, I should say at the outset, the Commissioner's worked in cities in Australia, Canada, America, and now in the UK. I'm sure he'll agree with me that there aren't any transport systems in any major city that doesn't have support from the government. And what the government's asking us to do by next year is to rely upon no support from the government at all in terms of revenue. It's a condition of the deal, and we're striving to get to being financially sustainable by next year. I should add, by the way, before the pandemic began, we'd managed to reduce our deficits that I inherited by more than 71%, increased cash balances by 13%, and we were on the way to being financially sustainable in a sensible way, rather than the conditions attached by the government. So we should get there. Yesterday at the board meeting, we had a plan how we're going to get there. That relies upon a few things. It relies upon support from the government in terms of revenue in this year, 22-23. It must mean also a long-term, decent capital funding deal from the government. But by the way, if we don't get a good deal from the government in terms of capital long-term funding, it leads us towards a managed decline scenario, which is the only way we can get to being financially sustainable from April 2023, as is a condition of the current deal with the government.
Thank you. Just coming to the Commissioner. So how much emergency funding, Mayor's talked about the revenue funding that's needed to get us through to April 2023. How much is being asked for, and how likely is that during the discussions with government at the moment?
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. And it's a very topical question, Assembly Member, because only yesterday I was with the Mayor here in the TfL board and we were talking about precisely this. We need another £0.9 billion to take us through to the end of this financial year, in other words, 31st of March 2023, at which point, that's one last injection of revenue funding, at which point we can commit to being back to being financially self-sustainable, unless, of course, there's some other unanticipated shock in the meantime. But as the Mayor said, that deals with one half of the equation. The capital programme is another matter, and we're still in discussions with government about both the revenue submission and also the capital submission that we'll need to take us forward for the next 3 years.
Thank you. And I'd like to go on again to the Commissioner to ask a very specific question around the potential insourcing of the underground cleaning workforce. Has the requirement to become financially sustainable by April 2023 affected this consideration and the improvement of their terms and conditions, which I think has long been an ambition for everyone? And can you update us on where we are with this consideration?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'll preface my comments, if you don't mind, by saying I think the cleaners are fantastic. I make a point when I walk through the stations and through the other areas where they work of saying what a good job they do. They really do. They kept us clean through the pandemic. I'd argue they kept people alive through the excellent work that they did. So I'm certainly sympathetic to the individual cleaners, but of course financial realities have to be taken into account. So right now, I do not know what my financial budget, what my budget looks like going forward. So we have identified that right now we cannot take them in-house, but certainly it's something that I'm keeping very much under close review as we hopefully get to a deal with government that will enable me to revisit that and many other decisions.
Okay, so that decision's been made about not insourcing, and has any decision made about any improvements to their terms and conditions?
The decision,
where are we about that?
Sure, sorry, the decision has been made about not insourcing for now. Yes. I know there's an aspiration to look at terms and conditions, and we're still considering that. But until and unless we know what our financial position looks like going forward, it is but one of many in the hopper that I just cannot arbitrate on. It's very difficult to run a £10 billion a year transport organisation when you have a 3 to 6 month horizon, in some cases a week by week horizon. So I'm hoping we can move beyond that and we can give certainty to cleaners and certainty to Londoners, the credit rating agencies, everyone else who's clamouring me for answers on myriad issues. I really do want to get that settled.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And the next question is from Assemblymember Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just briefly, I just want to stay at the start that I've already had lots of constituents get in touch about huge concerns they have about cuts to the buses. Now, that consultation is vital, and I will be encouraging many Londoners to respond. But today, for my questions, I'm going to focus on fares and the cost of living and put my first question to the Mayor, if that's okay. Now, I'm really concerned about the impact of the cost of living crisis on people who depend on using public transport. And a Royal College of Nursing survey in 2020 showed that 2/3 of London's nursing workforce use public transport. And even in 2020, they were paying 12% of their gross wage on transport costs. For many nurses, this is up to £80 a week on travel. And then you've put up fares further since that survey. So are you worried that the cost of public transport is unnecessarily adding to the cost of living crisis in London?
Yes. And the only reason, by the way, we increased fares by RPI +1 is it was a condition of us receiving funding from the government required, because Londoners did the right thing. You mentioned the RC, and I met with them recently. The Commissioner rightly talked about the contribution made by cleaners over the last 2.5 years, but the nurses were literally in the front line like the cleaners. And so we are concerned in relation to that. One of the reasons why we introduced the hopper bus fare was to help, in particular, poorer Londoners, often who rely upon buses, but also buses are cheaper, always have been than tube, to get around and change buses without paying the additional cost. But, judge me on my record. In my first 5 years as Mayor, when the government wasn't seeking to micromanage TfL, we froze fares. And so my concern, actually, Sean, is what happens this September when inflation could be at 8-9%. And if the government requires us next year to have RPI +1, that's a 9-10% fare increase for the poorest Londoners that you and I both really do care about. And so it's really important the government gives us this decent deal, both in terms of operational support this year, but a long-term capital deal going forward.
Okay, thank you. And yes, the rate of inflation at the moment is terrifying when you think about what that might do to fares. So just to be clear, you'll be there on the tracks, waving a red flag, your Liverpool shirt, whatever it takes to stop any rise in fares next year. That's going to be so much part of your priorities for that reason.
Yeah, look, London is facing currently three big issues. There's the rising cost of energy. There's the big tax bill since April with the government increase in national insurance, and there's inflation. I don't want to add to that by an increase in fares next January. And the key thing is, as the Commissioner said, for the government to give us the long-term support we need. By the way, the only reason why we require this is because of the pandemic, but also we're the only city in the world that from next April will not receive any operational support from the government. That's going to be a challenge. I'm not going to pretend otherwise.
Yeah, but you'll be going to them about the fares particularly.
Yeah, on the fares, not only does it make sense to support those families you care about and I care about, but actually it makes economic sense, because if fares are more affordable, more people use public transport because the alternatives are more expensive. So actually there's an economic case, as you know, to keeping fares low. So yes, of course, the moral case, and of course supporting Londoners during this cost of living crisis, but also economically it makes sense as well.
Yeah, and have you thought any more about trying to get some more concessions for key workers? I've asked about nurses before in 2020.
I think the Commissioner's answered in a previous question the challenges of not having a decent deal. I'm afraid that affects all sorts of things, whether it's insourcing or whether it's further concessions for
But it's
Londoners.
somewhere on your list of things you'll try and do.
Well, no, currently what's on the list is to try and have a balanced budget. I've got to be honest, that's at the fore of my mind. You'll be aware last year, and you supported our campaign, as did the Lib Dems, in relation to not removing free travel for children, right?
Yeah.
They wanted to take that away, this government. They wanted to take away free travel for over 60s. So those are the sort of battles we're fighting, and so I've got to be honest with Londoners. Keeping the government at bay with those things is as challenging as it is. I can't be focusing on other issues in relation to further support, which is desperately needed, because of the current powerless state of our finances caused by the pandemic and a lack of support from the government.
Okay, so I'll move on. And you mentioned the price signals thing, and I want to turn to the Commissioner now and ask about the price signals you're sending with the new Elizabeth line. So the new stations that are outside of London, they're not in the fare zones. The fares for them are too high, in my opinion. It's £28.50 at peak time to get from Reading to central London. It's £13.80 off peak. And if I was trying to make the same journey in Paris, using the French equivalent of Crosstrail, the RER, their fare zones would charge me a maximum of just over £15 for any journey I made, and I could travel all day. But here, we've still got those stations that are outside of London's fare zones that have no cap on fares. Now, if it were me, I'd be trying to put Reading into Zone 6. So why can't that happen? Have you thought about it?
Well, my mantra in life is anything's possible, but I can only dream of the kind of subsidies that insert name of major city here gets, including Paris. If we had the kind of subsidy that a lot of those have, then all sorts of things are possible. We, don't forget, still rely to the tune of an unprecedented 72% of our revenue comes through the fare box, which has got to be addressed. And right now, and again, I refer to my previous answer, until I know what budget I've got to play with, I cannot even countenance any change to the fare structure that would make our position even worse.
But you're assuming there that that would actually cost us money, because isn't it the case that we just want to get as many people as we can onto these trains, get them off the M4, importantly. It's there to reduce car travel. And we can set our own fares on that part of the line, can't we?
Well, we can in terms of where it purely relates to TfL services, as long as it doesn't impact upon TOC revenues, because then you have to have a discussion with the train operating companies via the rail delivery group, then you have more autonomy. But what is always the case is we look at the elasticities, to your point about attracting more people on. There's a fine line in terms of the amount that you charge and the elasticity as to whether or not you do attract more people on to the sufficient level that you need.
Have you modelled that
in order.
at all?
I'm not aware that we have, but I will happily look into that.
Okay, thank you very much. Because, I mean, at the moment, it's 43p a kilometre, that fare I was talking about there, on our new train, and driving's like 20-odd-p. It's going up, but it's still much, much cheaper. And if we're talking about the price signals we send and the strategic policies that we want to be filling up those trains as much as possible. Do you know how full the trains currently are from Reading?
From Reading? No, not off the top of my head, but they are very well patronised. So I couldn't give you a percentage, but they are very well used. The people have flocked to the Elizabeth line, both on the East End and the West End, and through the central section. We carried 1 million people in the first 5 days in the central section. But I don't need to be persuaded about the attractiveness or the policy of attracting people onto public transport. It's what I do. I've done it for 33 years. I absolutely advocate people are using the transport system, so we're always looking for ways to enhance the ridership levels.
Okay, great. I'll dig further into that gap later. Sure. Back to the Mayor, if that's okay, on integrating buses with Crosstrail. So the way that the route and the stations were put together strategically was designed to use feeder bus services to get people onto it. But in terms of costs, if I get on a feeder bus, I'm charged for that and then also for my fare. And then I'm reading your bus cuts consultation and the equality impact assessment for that. And that notes that the extra changes you're introducing, sometimes it's more than one change to replace a bus journey where you're changing some of the buses. It notes that this may increase people's travel costs if it goes over the hopper time limit. So I'm just asking now, basically, is it time now to change hopper to mitigate these impacts, to allow for a free trip that joins the tube and then extend the time limit so that you're not adding to costs with either of these changes?
No, it appears from your question you're living in a parallel universe to the one where we live in, where the government's made massive cuts, and he's asking us to both reduce savings by an additional £400 million by next year and have reduced service levels for Londoners. In the universe I live in, or I'm having to balance my budget for next year, the idea of the government agreeing to more subsidy for Londoners is not the one that the Commissioner and I have dealt with in negotiations with the government. So I'm trying to keep what we have, which is the challenge, rather than
if I can jump in though, because again, you're making the assumption that this would reduce revenue overall. But if we've talked before about a death spiral where you cut services and people don't join it and then you get less fares, surely the opposite is true too. This would encourage more people to keep using public transport and paying the fares rather than using other services.
Yeah, I think one of the problems when you cut me short on answering a question is the point is the government wouldn't agree to that. That's the issue. And so whereas there may be attractions in what you're talking about on the face of it, the problem is persuading the DfT, who are trying to micromanage London, to agree to some of the things we want to do. So simple things like keeping the hopper fare was a challenge. Simple things like having bus fares at £1.65 was a challenge. Simple things like keeping free travel for those below the age of 18.
I'm sorry, the reason I keep interrupting is I'm very short of time now. I wonder if we can talk more about this, and maybe we can help you make the case that it wouldn't actually be a loss of revenue, but I do need to stop talking.
I think the case needs to be made to the government.
Yes, to the government, yeah. Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for that. And the next question is from Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. You talked about the Elizabeth line, and it is an absolutely fantastic piece of British engineering. I've really enjoyed travelling on it, and it will make a huge difference, not just to London, actually, but to the south east and beyond. Whilst we're all extremely happy that it's open, we can't ignore the sometimes tortured journey that it took to that point. And do we have a clear picture, Mr Mayor, of the financial impact overall in terms of lost revenue and additional capital spending of the delay to the opening of the central section?
Yeah, I think both not just the National Audit Office and the Public Accounts Committee, but there's been a number of separate reports done as well in relation to the delays and the knock-on consequences. I'm sure we can arrange for those to be sent to you.
Thank you. I mean, do you know the figures offhand?
Not offhand, but they're easily available. They're in the public domain. There is an additional cost in terms of the amount of money we had to borrow for the last leg, which again is in the public domain, and I think the Commissioner may have that to hand. I think.
Well, I mean, the original cost of the Elizabeth line, they talked about the £15 billion railway. The final cost will be around £19 billion. So, there's no secret there. It did cost more than it was expected to, but I think ultimately it will be proven to have been money very well spent.
Mr Mayor, looking back, I know there's going to be wash-up exercises. We're going to be talking about this for a long time to come. What would you personally have done differently?
Quite a few things. I think one of the things that we've got to recognise is when you do one major project of this size every 30 years, there isn't that institutional knowledge, institutional memory. So the first thing is to make sure that we do more of these things so we can make improvements and learn lessons going forward. So, for example, one of the things I do differently is to try and keep the talented team we have, which is now being lost. People are going to other projects. The problem is you're losing that institutional knowledge in relation to services improvements, but also in relation to construction savings, in relation to integration, going from a construction operation to a transport operation. The second big thing, which I do differently, is I wouldn't have set up Crosstrail to be a separate arm's length company without any autonomy from, completely autonomous, without any influence in direct terms from either DFT or TfL as the sponsors. And what was happening was the separate company was given reassurances to both DFT and TfL as sponsors, and we had to take it at face value because there wasn't the locus that there was after the Commissioner took it over, ostensibly in October 2020 is when. And so another lesson to learn is actually you want, whether it's the DFT or TfL, it doesn't really matter who it is, but you want politicians with civil servants, bureaucrats, experts in the cockpit, rather than simply being passengers waiting for those in the cockpit to deliver. The third big thing I'd do is, I'm not sure if I'd have three complicated signalling systems. I mean, I'm not sure whose idea that was. That's been a real challenge, integrating these three complex signalling systems. I'm told, and the Commissioner will know better than I do, also the software we have is the most sophisticated in the world, which is great for a 21st century, 22nd century railway line. But when it's the first one we've done as a country, there are challenges there without the institutional knowledge. So you're buying the expertise often from consultants and engineers. And there are lots of lessons we've learned, and one of the things that Mark Wilde has done as the outgoing chief executive is properly documented all this. So if and when we get to get Crosstrail 2 off the ground, all that stuff's there and it's not lost. It's like a doomsday book of stuff to avoid doing, things that we've learned along the route and stuff, and it's a really, really comprehensive piece of work. And actually, before I finish, sorry, Bernadette, so beg your pardon, the Crosstrail 2 team, before it was disbanded, did a lot of work with Michelle Dix in relation to what they've learned with Crosstrail 2, with the crossover with Crosstrail 1. So all that stuff, the good news is there.
Well, it's good that all that knowledge is going to be captured and will be available. You mentioned that you had to take at face value what you were being told by Crosstrail. That's not quite true, is it? Do you regret not doing more deep dives? Do you regret not kicking the tyres a bit more throughout that process and probing more about what you were being told?
We did. I think, I'm sorry Keith Prince isn't here, because Keith Prince was very helpful in reminding Terry Morgan, the former chair, that he'd also given him reassurances back in August 2018, as indeed he'd given to TfL, myself, the DFT. I remember Chris Gradin being apoplectic with anger as the Secretary of State, also being given reassurances and answers that were clearly not correct. And if you remember, up until August 2018, the plan was still, according to the chair of the Crosstrail team, for Central Section to be opened by December 2018, up until August 2018. And anybody who'd been to those stations, they were pretty decent stations on the face of it. It's only when the Mark Wilde and the team went in and saw what was going on below some of that lovely exterior, but also looking at some of those
Did you go to those stations?
Yeah.
And look, because the photographs of, I think it was Bond Street that came out in August 2018, were not in any way, shape or form a station that was a few months away from completion.
Well, you will know, because I'm sure you don't ask questions without doing the research, that was 18 months behind then. So Bond Street back then was 18 months behind. And so obviously the photographs of Bond Street weren't as good as photographs of Tottenham Court Road or some of the other stations. But, the trains were there. The trains were sitting idle at Old Oak Common. They'd been delivered. You could go and see those for yourself in August 2018. But also a lot of the Orange Army had left because the construction had finished in relation to the tunnels. And it's that crossover from a construction site to a transport site that I think one of the lessons to learn was got wrong. Because it's 1 feat of fantastic engineering to have 42 kilometres underneath the city tunnelling, avoiding the sewers, avoiding the underground, a remarkable operation, but actually turning the construction into a rail line that works requires a different skill set. And I think that skill set clearly, because both Mark Wilde, Andy and Mike Brown had to compile a new team to get the project over the line.
Thank you. I'm running short of time. So a couple of quick questions for the Commissioner. When will Bond Street be open, and when do you think the entire Crossrail will be integrated?
Sure, thank you. And of course, the Mayor brought me in to get the job finished, so that was his decision. I remember him asking me specifically about this on my job interview. So Bond Street and the next phase of the Elizabeth line will be delivered in autumn of this year. And by next phase, what I mean by that is being able to bring trains in from the east, so from Shenfield, through to Paddington without having to change at Liverpool Street, and from the west, from Heathrow and from Reading, through the tunnel through to Abbey Wood without having to change at Paddington. So that gets us about 90% of the benefit. That will also happen in autumn. I'm aiming to make that concurrent with the opening of Bond Street. The project
Can you define
director,
autumn for us?
No, I'm going to say it's autumn for now, but I would hope you would remember that I promised you first half of 2022 for the opening of the central phase, and I delivered on that promise. I don't intend to block my copybook. I was just going to say, and on that, the project director reports now with Mark Wilde having moved on with the substantial completion having been delivered. The project director reports directly to me to deliver both Bond Street and that next phase. And then the final phase, which is then connecting the whole lot up, east and west, being able to go from Shenfield through to Heathrow and to Reading, will be no later than May of 2023. The reason for that date being when you are then having trains literally go from the west on the main line through the tunnel to the east on the main line, you must do that concurrent with the Network Rail timetable change. So best case will be December 22. Worst case will be May 23. Network Rail changed their timetables in December and in May.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you for that. And the next question is by Assemblymember Pigeon.
I'll talk about something completely different now, though. Obviously, I could talk about Crossrail all morning. As part of London's recovery, we need to take significant steps to improve the sustainability of transport, particularly in outer London. Now, mobility hubs are dedicated spaces where public transport options such as buses, tubes, trains, trams, shared hire schemes, car clubs, bike hire, a range of other facilities such as click and collect points, electric vehicle charging stations and a cafe are co-located to enable sustainable low-carbon journeys and reduce private car use. And these schemes have been trialled successfully, whether it's in Germany, Austria, Netherlands, and even in places in the UK, including Greenwich. To start off with, Commissioner, do you agree that mobility hubs have a role to play in reducing car dependency in London?
Absolutely. I've seen such mobility hubs in some of the places to which you just referred, Assembly Member, and they bring joy to my heart because they do. I'm sad that I'm a transport professional because they encourage people onto public transport. The way you get people onto public transport, to Assemblymember Berry's point, is to make it affordable, but also to make it easy. And the easier it is and the more seamless it is and everything's in the same place and you don't have to think about it and it's all joined up, so you've got the bus into... A classic example where I used to work, Toronto. You can get off the subway, go up an escalator, and there's a streetcar on one side and a bus on the other side, all in the same station, undercover. It's Canada, right? Gets very cold, for the same fare. That is the way of the future.
Lovely, thank you. TfL has almost 60 car parks next to London Underground stations. And a 2018 study from Germany showed that mobility hubs with integrated car club schemes replace on average about 16 private cars and contribute to meeting climate and air pollution targets. And increasingly we're seeing across London delivery drivers and micro-mobility drivers really needing facilities and a place to charge up their vehicles. So, Mr Mayor, would you consider trialling a couple of mobility hubs at TfL-owned car parks in outer London?
TfL are working with developers, with the logistics, with councils on such things. I mean, you mentioned Greenwich, but there are other examples across London where this is taking place, not on the scale, clearly, that we'd like to see. I mean, particularly imagine just how brilliant around King's Cross and Euston in relation to those sort of on a grand scale mobility hubs could be, the difference they make, and rather than crossing the road or going elsewhere. Euston is a good example of what's possible with proper coordination. So the council's working really hard with us, with the HS2 team, to try and think about the future of Euston in relation to, you call it a mobility hub, you can call it different things. But the idea is to make sure there's integrated public transport but it's as easy as possible, so it's attractive. And so there are examples of that work taking place across London. I'm happy to drop you a note of some of the stuff we're doing, not on the scale of what we want Euston to be, but on a smaller scale of some of the projects we're working on.
It would be really good if you could, in that response, look out to London and whether there is the possibility to use some of these car parks to bring this together to really get people out of private cars and using other options, including things like bike hire and car club and so on. Another issue that I'd like to pick up is now looking at central London, and that's the issue of the need for taxi hubs. Despite the taxi trade having invested almost £300 million in order to progress the shift to zero-emission capable fleet by 2033, taxi drivers are really still facing some serious challenges. There's concern over the number of rapid electric vehicle charging points available across central London where they most need them. And improving the provision, really, of faster electric charging infrastructure is crucial, I think, if the taxi trade is on course to make this transition on time. Now, taxi drivers are currently permitted to park at refreshment and rest ranks for around 60 or 45 minutes. If rapid electric vehicle charging points were provided at these locations, this time could be used to recharge their vehicles whilst they're having a break. So, Mr Mayor, will you consider utilising some of the spaces at TfL's taxi rest and refreshment ranks to install rapid charging points, working with the private sector?
So we have, I mean, to give ourselves, some credit, which I know is unusual for the Assembly to do, but I'll try in the absence of that. We've got more rapid charging points than any city in Western Europe, right? Went from 0 when I became mayor to just under 400. And some of those are reserved for the black taxis. And so we're already doing what you're suggesting. One of the challenges is having the power to go there in relation to the rapid charging points. And so what we've done is working with the taxi trade to make sure where we can have as many as possible. Actually, the issue is in outer London, not central London, because central London is pretty well catered for. But if you did a bird's eye view of London, it doesn't cover as much of London as it should in relation to the rapid charging points. We're working with the private sector, as you said. There is an infrastructure group we set up a number of years ago with the private sector in relation to not just the energy supply, we want it to be renewable if we can, obviously, but also the land they own and the innovation they're doing. We're also working, just to reassure you, with councils and the public sector as well. They often own these sites. And some of it is negotiating the space. Often councils are very precious, for good reasons, about the space next to the pavement and the pavement space, because some of this stuff can be ugly. But of course, where we can have them next to refreshment centres where black taxi drivers already are, that makes huge sense, and where that's possible, we will do that.
Lovely, because I think we're talking to taxi drivers, they really feel central London, there needs to be a considerable increase. And at these ranks where you may have 18 spaces, to take 4 out with charger would make a lot of sense. Mr Mayor, would you or your deputy agree to meet with myself and some taxi drivers who have already engaged with private companies that are interested in supporting TfL and the taxi industry to improve the rapid EV charging provision? Lovely, thank you very much. And then finally from me, in terms of cleaning up vehicles in the city, I'm interested obviously in the details of your scrappage scheme for the proposed ultra-low emission zone expansion. Now, earlier this year, and I think in previous years, I have asked you whether mobility credits would form part of any scrappage scheme. So instead of swapping one vehicle for another, you would receive credits to spend on shared mobility options, car clubs, bike hire, other public transport. And I've raised this with the Commissioner when I've met him previously as well. Your documents that you published on the 20th of May have absolutely no detail of the scrappage scheme, which Londoners probably want to see alongside your proposals. Will mobility credits form part of your scrappage scheme, Mr Mayor?
There are two separate points in relation to your question. Firstly, the issue of learning the lessons from the previous scrappage scheme, and having mobility credits is one of the lessons we can learn going forward in relation to being more sophisticated than the previous scheme was, which took off more than 15,000 polluting vehicles off our roads. The second point is the details of the scrappage scheme. I mean, it goes back to the first answer the Commissioner gave. We literally don't know whether the government's going to give us support to balance our budget this year. We don't know, the capital support we'll be receiving in future years, so it's difficult for us to put any flesh on the bones. in relation to a scrappage scheme, except for me to say, of course, we need a scrappage scheme if we decide to extend the ULEZ to the rest of London. Bearing in mind it's a consultation in the meaningful sense of the word, but I can assure you I'm keen to make sure if we do decide to extend ULEZ to all of London, there is a proper, decent scrappage scheme, learning the lessons, including good ideas like the one you suggested, and I think I was positive when you suggested it a few months ago as well, in relation to making sure we can be a bit more sophisticated, we can have the right benefits going forward and stuff, and any ideas you've got, honestly, please feel free to continue to let me know about them.
Thank you. I think it all fits, going back to my start of this discussion about Mobility Hub. If we can have different ways that people can have credits to use a car club here or a bike hire there, it really is beneficial. Your plans to expand the ultra-low emission zone are huge for London, but I think it's really important alongside that consultation, as soon as you can, you're able to provide information on what a scrappage scheme could look like, or depending on the funding from government, the boundaries, because I think it's a carrot and stick, isn't it? And people need to have that full picture. So when do you think you'd be able to publish something to help Londoners as they respond to your consultation? Well,
I think first I agree with the premise of your question. I agree with that completely. Well, it's one step at a time. We're running a £10 billion transport authority without knowing, and June the 24th is around the corner, whether we have the quantum of the long-term capital deal. We'll very soon be in the first quarter of this year without knowing whether we're receiving revenue support for the other 3 quarters. So the short answer is I can't tell you until we have at least an offer from the government, and then the Commissioner and his team will have to work through that and work out what we can afford going forward.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That was well timed as you ran out of time. Great. The next question is from Assembly Member McCartney.
My first question is to the Commissioner, and it is regarding TfL's capital plan. And I just want to know how the negotiations with government are going. And I've asked you before about the Piccadilly line signalling and track, which is getting increasingly old and unreliable, as you told us at our last Transport Committee. So please, could you just give us a brief update?
Thank you. As the Mayor mentioned, the clock is ticking. We have 15 days, 15 days to go till the 24th of June, and that's the date at which our current funding settlement with government expires. So the discussions are underway. We have had some exchanges at the working group level. I'm still awaiting, though, a promised letter from DfT to set out, one, the revenue element that we talked about earlier with Assembly Member Baker, and two, what that capital deal might look like. We're trying to get a 3-year capital deal. I was promised that letter on the 6th, which was Monday. That letter has still not been forthcoming. I'm chasing it literally every day. So at the moment, no letter, 15 days to go. That is a concern to me. I really hope we're not going to go right to the wire as we normally do, because once I get the letter, almost certainly I won't be able to just agree to it. There'll be a lot of thinking to do. I need to consult with the board. I need to consult with City Hall. We need to figure out, is that an acceptable offer in quantum terms and conditions? But to your point about the Piccadilly line, I've never wavered from my view that building the new trains, which is happening, the Mayor himself went up to Gould to have a look at them, is the first step. That's great. The Piccadilly line trains date back to 1973, so it's great to get new trains. It would be crazy not to upgrade the signalling at the same time, such that you get the new trains which are compatible with the new signalling system, which enables you to do a Victoria line-like very high intensity service with the trains moving very closely together. So at the moment the Piccadilly signalling is outside the funding envelope. I'm on tenterhooks to see what kind of capital offer we're going to get, because I want to put it back into that envelope.
Thank you. And can I just ask, in your negotiation with the government, are you doing it on a project-by-project basis, or is it a total envelope that you then have discretion how you spend?
It's a bit of both, Assembly Member. We have been asked by government, incidentally, we have met we've been given something like 60 conditions by government as part of the funding which we've received, which, for the record, I'm very grateful. £5 billion received today. I always say that, and it's sincerely meant. But each of those 60 conditions we have met on time or are still in play. And one of them was to review our capital programme. And so we spent a lot of time with the government directly, but also KPMG, their appointed consultants, to go through the capital plan and to look at which elements made sense and which were affordable, and to look at the efficiencies that we could gain around them. So we look at the overall quantum, but we also look at the big ticket items contained therein. And, you know, I'm very mindful that we're building these new trains in Goole. Wouldn't it make sense to have a follow-on order for the Bakerloo line, which are now 50 years old? They're older than the PIC. They're 1972 tube stock. That would create jobs. That would keep that factory open. That is levelling up in action. That's the pitch we're making.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next question is from Assemblymember Bailey.
Morning to our guests. Can I address my question to the Mayor? There's been reported a number of places in the press, a supposed whistleblower has talked about a metal box that could explode and cause the doors on the new Elizabeth line trains to fly off. Are you aware of these claims, and how accurate are they?
Yeah, I'm aware. I received a full report about this yesterday. I'm not an engineering expert, but I'm sure the Commissioner can give you the reassurance that you're not unreasonably want in relation to that. But I've got the reassurance yesterday. The Commissioner can give you the details if you want the details.
Yeah, by all means.
Sure. So this came about when a train was well, actually stemmed originally from a failure that we had on the Elizabeth line, which has run extremely well so far. That when we looked into what caused the track fault, there was an equipment cover found. It's effectively a little door off a box that hangs underneath the train. So of course we did a fleet-wide check to find out which train it was. We found out which train it was. Under very unusual circumstances, rare circumstances, this door can become detached, but it's held under the train, so the potential for damage or injury to customers is practically zero, because the trains run through, as you know, in the central section platform with platform screen doors, and the platform will protect customers. There is a planned fix. It'll all be done by the end of this month. The whole fleet has been checked. There are no other deficiencies found. We are fitting secondary bolts to those doors to stop that happening again. It's caused by a build-up of gas within the box. And we've had independent engineers appointed by my COO, who has an aviation background, so he knows about things like this, look at it. They've risk assessed it, and they've said that for now it's ALAR, but as low as reasonably practical, to keep those trains in service. There's no risk presented to customers or workers.
Obviously, these trains were commissioned a long while ago and have been running for a while. Why wasn't this picked up earlier? And was it a result of rushing to meet?
No, absolutely not. It wasn't picked up earlier, very simply because it hadn't happened. The doors, the boxes have a door on them that obviously is restrained. For whatever reason, we're getting to the absolute root cause, but we're providing the fix first. That door needs to have a secondary restraint, so you add an additional restraint on it, or constraint. We've done, I think, something like 10 trains to date. The whole fleet will be done by the end of this month.
Okay, and my final question. It seems like a very... Reports say that you're asking repair engineers to walk around the box, keep away from it, only be next to it for 4 seconds. If there's an alternative route that avoids the box, to take that. Can you just reassure us again that, because it seems quite strange that you take such steps to keep the engineers safe, but yet the public, notwithstanding the fact that you said the platform should protect people, safe as well. Can you just reassure us, because I travel these trains every day, my children on these trains, can you just reassure us that this has been looked at and that it's going to be repaired very quickly, because reports also say that it affects 70 trains of your stock. Is that correct as well?
There's 70 class 3, 4, 5 trains, so they're all potentially impacted, except we've done a fleet ride check and we didn't find any other faults with them. So I can't say I've seen that specific instruction around 4 seconds. That's news to me. But MTR Elizabeth Line, who operate the trains as a contract on our behalf, plus Alstom, who own the trains and who have the safety responsibility for making sure to us that those trains are assured to be safe, have been extremely transparent. Immediately, we let the workers know, the people who work on in the depots. Now, obviously, if you're working on a train in a depot, you de facto come into closer contact with a train than you would if you're a customer. But again, that we've risk assessed the likelihood of one of these boxes coming off in the first place. again, added or with an additional factor of it being able to come into proximity with the customer, and precisely because they run through platforms with platform screen doors and or in the outer section just platforms, and they're held underneath the train, we've assessed that there's no risk.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that.
Chair, to reassure the member, would it help if I asked the Commissioner to write to him with what was being discussed and other reassurances on this issue, because I appreciate the concern you've raised?
By all means, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next question is from Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is to the Mayor. I recently visited Oakington Manor School in my constituency alongside the Leader of the Council, Mohammed Butt, and the Cabinet Member for the Environment, Councillor Kribashev, who happens to be the ward councillors for this area as well, to see firsthand how the School Street scheme is helping children to walk, cycle and scoot to the school and frankly cross the road safely in front of the school gate. As we still haven't seen a long-term capital funding deal announced by the government for TfL, can you provide an update on where this leaves Transport for London's Healthy Streets budget, which funds these vital schemes?
Well, firstly, can I put on record how impressed I was with you walking the walk or running the run with the photographs of you doing active travel in action. Not many of us go for a jog with our own photographer, and so I was really impressed with the photograph and your stride length as well. But it's look, School Streets has been a phenomenal success. I remember the first one back in, I think, 2017 in Camden, and if you'd have said to me we'd have 500 in such a short space of time, I'd have said, wow. So we've got 500 school streets, but often they require some funding, small funding in the grand scheme of things, but they require funding. And let me be frank, even the future of school streets is questionable in relation to more progress because of the lack of certainty in relation to our funding, both in terms of revenue and capital. You will know the relationship as a former councillor with TfL giving monies to councils, who then spend it on some of the policies that you care passionately about. So I'm afraid I can't give you good news in relation to future progress of school streets and other policies we do with councils, working with schools and other key partners in their communities.
Thank you. Just on future funding, so research shows that if every Londoner walked or cycled 20 minutes a day, it would save the NHS £1.7 billion in treatment costs over the next 25 years. Do you agree that it makes financial sense for the government to pay it forward as such and properly fund TfL so that we can reduce pressures on the NHS going forward? You could probably say the same around ULEZ and air quality and the long-term impact that it will have on actually alleviating the pressures on the NHS.
Yeah, one of the things that we've done, that's an excellent question, and thanks for that stat, which I'm aware of. One of the things we've done is to make sure we have a health in all policies approach across City Hall. So you mentioned the health savings in relation to active travel. And it's not just in relation to the obvious things, asthma, stunted lungs, lung disease, heart disease, the physical stuff. Also the benefits to mental well-being in relation to active travel is really important. You and I have discussed in the past concerns around child obesity. And so, the policies we have around active travel, make a huge amount of sense. I still remember Berry and Pigeon referred to integrated transport systems, whether you call it a mobility hub or whether the integrated system that Sean was talking about. And this is what it's about, right? What you're talking about in practice is that connectivity, and that's why it's so important. And, not only is it a false economy in relation to levelling up, as the Commissioner said, in relation to jobs potentially being lost in Falkirk, Ballymena, Goole, elsewhere, but it's a false economy in relation to the NHS, in relation to productivity and so forth. So those are some of the points we're making in a respectful, courteous way to the DfT and the Treasury, and we're hoping, cooler, wiser heads prevail.
Okay, you finished. Thank you. Can I go to Assembly Member Russell, please?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, Crosstrail has launched recently, and I think we can all agree it's a great railway. And it's great that it is fully accessible in the central section, but it should also be accessible to people who need to use a loo. So, Commissioner, when will you start retrofitting loos into all stations without toilets on the Elizabeth line?
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman, and I agree with you that the Elizabeth line is absolutely fantastic. So there are a number of stations that have toilets, and we do advertise those. We have a toilet map that sets out where the toilets are so that people who need them can know where to go. But we do not have plans to retrofit, and we certainly don't have the funding to do that.
So that's no plans to retrofit places like Bond Street where there are no toilets?
No, they were not envisaged in the original design, and were we to want to do that, we don't have the money to do that. So at the moment, there's no prospect of doing that.
Right, I'd hoped I was going to be able to say you were going to bring joy to my heart, but that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. And now I want to bring Assembly Member Ahmed in, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor, what is your assessment of the impact that the cost of living is having or will have on TfL's income?
So you'll be aware, Sir Member Ahmed, because you've raised this before, about the consequences of the cost of living crisis on Londoners. The triple whammy of rising energy prices, the increased tax burden because of the government's policies, but also inflation. So we're worried in relation to the consequences of people using public transport in London, because people are literally choosing between heating and eating in relation to skipping a meal so their kids can eat and so forth. We do know that actually one of the perverse consequences of it now costing more than £100 to fill up your tank in your car is people may use public transport because it's cheaper than driving in their car, which is a benefit, of course, in relation to the health issues that Senator Hirani talked about, but also in relation to more people using public transport. And that's one of the reasons we're so keen to keep fares as low as possible. That's one of the reasons why we're resistant to the government requiring us to make additional fare increases next January. And so if we keep the fares low, it means more people may be attracted and enticed to use public transport, which is good news for TfL's revenue streams, but also if we can encourage people to walk or cycle, it's good news for their personal well-being as well as the London environment as well.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You know that you had no choice but to increase fares due to a lack of long-term funding support from the government after COVID decimated TfL's income. This is well documented. What does this mean for those lower-income Londoners who are struggling with the increased cost of living this year? What will the implications of that be?
Well, one of the reasons why I was so keen to freeze bus fares for the first 5 years of being mayor was because actually it tends to be poorer Londoners who use buses for a number of reasons, not least it's cheaper than using rail and other forms of public transport. We want to keep bus fares as low as we can. That's why I've kept the hopper fare despite representations to remove that. If fares go up again in January at the levels the government may want us to do so, I worry people may not be able to afford to use public transport. The hopper fare is good because you can change more than once during the course of an hour. But people are literally making tough choices. You know, when you speak to parents who have skipped a meal so their kids can eat, when you speak to pensioners who are choosing between heating or eating, or tenants worried about unscrupulous private landlords raising their rents. What I don't want is people to not be able to get to work or get to college or get to hospital by public transport as a consequence of them thinking the fares are too expensive. It's really important for the government to recognise the joined-upness of our economy and how people live their lives.
We live in hope, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, TfL is reliant on fares income since the previous Mayor of London changed the funding model. As Prime Minister, he has since recognised that ridership dropped off as people rightly stayed at home during the height of COVID. Do you therefore agree that by not giving TfL stability, the government is playing politics in which Londoners are the ones paying the price with higher fares and potential cuts to services?
Absolutely. And one of the things that the business leaders I speak to on a regular basis, business groups, say is how important good public transport is to their businesses doing well. They want people to return to the offices, they want to go and meet clients, they want people to move to London, good public transport, and it's made more difficult when we're having to make the choices we're having to make as a consequence of the uncertainty. And you bear in mind, we as a city contribute net £40 billion, roughly speaking, to the Treasury. If the government wants a national recovery, which they must do, you can't have it without a London recovery. and you can't have London recovery without TfL firing all cylinders. So the government's in danger of, cutting its nose to spite its face by the anti-London policies they have. So we're hoping cooler heads, calmer heads prevail in relation to the long-term capital deal, but also in relation to the operational support that we need.
And again, we live in hope. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. And now we go over to Assemblymember Garrett, please.
Good morning. You might remember a couple of months ago you had an exchange with my colleague, Assemblymember Fortune, about poorest Londoners owning cars, in which you seem to be incredulous that they would. So rather than have an exchange with you about that, I thought I would write to the Office for National Statistics, who very helpfully wrote to me. And their definition of the poorest Londoners, the lowest decile, is those earning roughly gross household income less than about £12,000 per year. And of those, the ONS say that about a quarter own cars. And of course, disproportionately, they will be older cars, which are more likely to be caught by the ULEZ charge. So I want to ask you, do you accept those figures? And do you accept the impact that the ULEZ will have on those Londoners, of course, disproportionately in outer London?
So I've got the figures that you refer to, and what this shows actually is poorer Londoners are least likely to own a car, and wealthy Londoners are. So, for example, those households...
That's obvious, but I think that's a different question from what I was talking about. A large percentage of very not well-off Londoners do own a car, and your policy will impact them. Telling there are some rich Londoners who it won't impact, I don't think that's relevant to what...
No, it is. Fewer poorer Londoners own a car than wealthier Londoners. I'm sure you accept that.
Yes.
It follows, therefore, that fewer Londoners will suffer the adverse consequences of having to pay the ULEZ if the car is non-compliant, because they'll benefit more from the clean air, from less asthma, from their children having less chance of a stunted lung, less hospital admissions, and so forth. And the data we have, which I'm happy to share with you, it shows that those Londoners who earn less are less likely to own a car. Those Londoners who earn more are more likely to own a car.
I mean, what you said is obvious, but there is nonetheless a large number of low-income Londoners who will be hit by your policy, and they'll be disproportionately hit by it because wealthier people are more likely to own a newer car. If you go to the parts of London that I'm talking about, parts of London that I represent, that's where you find lots of older cars. That's where you find people who can't afford to replace their car with a newer car and who can't afford your £12.50 daily cost of living squeeze. So my question is, do you accept that your policy will have a big impact on those people?
Listen, I accept there are some Londoners who will need support to move away from a non-compliant vehicle, which is why we're lobbying the government for some decent funding towards a scrappage scheme. It's to help those poorer Londoners.
It's your policy. You're asking the government to bail out the impact of your policy. What are you doing for this obvious, foreseeable impact of your policy on those people?
Well, it's the government's policy to have clean air.
It's your policy to bring in ULEZ, and you're very proud of it, which is fine, but what are you doing to mitigate the impact of your policy on those low-income Londoners that it will impact?
It's the government's policy to have clean air zones, which is why the government is supporting cities like Birmingham, like Bristol, like Bath, and other places around the country. What we're asking the government is to provide equal proportionate support to London. There is no way the government can meet its legal targets for clean air without London playing its part. We're saying to the government, we can help you meet your targets by our policy, my policy, of the ultra-low emission zone. We're consulting on whether it's expanded to all of London. If we decide to expand it to all of London, we will make sure there is a car scrappage scheme. We're asking the government to support us in relation to the car scrappage scheme, which will not only benefit the NHS, as Assemblymember Harani pointed out, it also benefit productivity with less congestion, and also the poorest Londoners who suffer the worst consequences of air quality. If you are, as you claim to be, a champion for poor Londoners, you will be aware it's the poorest Londoners most likely to suffer the adverse consequences of polluted air,
I mean,
least likely to own a car.
Yes, I mean, you're riffing on your point about air quality, and poor air quality does kill, but poverty also kills. You've just spoken with great passion.
You should tell the Chancellor that and Prime Minister. They clearly don't realise that poverty kills because austerity is a choice made by your government.
My job is to scrutinise you about your policy. You've just spoken at length with some passion about the cost of living crisis. My question to you is, do you accept that there is a large number So if you take a further band, gross household income between about 17 and 23,000, that's the third decile, not affluent Londoners, about half of those households have a car, and disproportionately they're in outer London. Do you accept that your policy will have a direct impact on those people? And will you take that into account when you're drawing up your policy?
So the data I have is not the data you've said. So the data I have shows that those who household incomes between 15,000 and 19,999 less car ownership than London households overall.
It's lower than average, but it's about half. Between 17 and 23,000 a year gross household income, 49% of those households. I mean, those are the ONS figures. I'm happy to send them to you, but those are the ONS figures. And I think I'll leave it there, Chair. What I'm sensing is that the Mayor still doesn't accept the obvious impact of his policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that exchange. Thank you. I'm going to come over to Assembly Member Desai now.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner. Mr. Mayor, how are you working with British Transport Police and the Safer Transport team to fight sexual harassment and misogyny on London's transport network?
No, thank you for raising this really important issue. So BTP are working really closely with TfL and the Met Police Service and, to give them credit, the Rail Delivery Group, to make further progress in relation to our campaign to raise awareness of unwanted sexual behaviour on public transport in particular. So you'll be aware of the campaign. One of the things we're trying to do is to make sure men report what they see, but also challenge other men who behave inappropriately. But women and girls feel confident to report unwanted sexual behaviour. And the sort of stuff that we know about is catcalling, exposing, cyber flashing, pressing, touching, staring and upskirting. And so we're making, you'll see from when you use the underground, the posters and so forth, we're also making sure our staff are properly trained. And that includes working with the bus operators to make sure bus drivers are properly trained as well. So that's led to more people being aware in terms of workers, passengers, and women and girls in particular.
Thank you. I must say the poster campaign is very effective. Mr. Mayor, with the reopening of the Jubilee Line night tube, can you assure me that as the Northern and Piccadilly night lines reopen later this summer, you will work with BTP to provide a visible presence of police officers on the network? A simple yes or no answer will do, because I've got two more questions to fit in.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, if I can turn to you. Firstly, my own personal congratulations on the opening of the central section of the Elizabeth Line. There are 9 stations in my constituency. Okay, 8. Farrington's on the boundary. But I think there are more stations in City and East London than anywhere else.
So can I correct you? See, you've got City Hall moving east, you've got the Elizabeth Line moving east.
All proof that London continues to move eastwards. So, Commissioner, can you tell Londoners about safety and security measures on the Elizabeth Line, particularly with regard to the safety of women?
Yes, sure. Thank you. The safety measures are extensive. In fact, the stations, the whole of the Elizabeth Line was designed with safety in mind in terms of the design of the trains, the design of the stations. The Elizabeth Line is fully equipped with the stations, fully equipped with CCTV. All of the stations are staffed. There are help points in all of the stations where people can get immediate help if they don't see where a member of staff is. The sight lines have been designed so that there's very clear, uncluttered sight lines both on the platforms and in the interchange areas so that no one can hide. There's no dog legs. There's no little sort of cubby holes where people can hide. There's very, very clear signage also around what people need to do if they feel threatened.
Thank you. And my final question to you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm running short of time, so you may wish to write to me, but I do want to put this question on record. Data from TfL and the BTP suggests that there has been a sustained rise in reporting of sexual harassment offences across the whole of 2021. How then have you evaluated the impact of the campaign against sexual harassment, which has been run on the tube since October of last year? Have you seen an increase in reporting of these offences, and particularly in terms of what is being done to address the depressingly high number of drop cases without the suspect being identified, and the correspondingly low conviction rate in terms of solved cases?
Yeah, Chair, I'm more than happy to write to the Assembly member. So there has been an increase in relation to reports of sexual harassment and so forth, and there's also been an increase in the police asking TfL for information, whether it's CCTV, whether it's ticketing data, or whether it's body-worn video. So I'll write to the member to give him the information, but I'm more than happy to get the team at TfL and BTP to meet with him in relation to the work we're doing to make improvements.
Thank you. And again, my congratulations to the poster campaign. It is very effective, very noticeable. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's this an informal league going on of which Assembly member joins the meeting from the longest distance. The previous record was set by Assembly member Boffright, who joined us from Strasbourg. But can I welcome, please, Assembly member Prince, who's joining us from Costa Rica.
I'm going to Poland in July.
So, how to lose friends and alienate people.
So, welcome, Assembly member Prince. The next question I'm going to go to is Assembly member
Thank you very much, Chair. And Commissioner, can I add my congratulations to you as well on your leadership on the completion of the Elizabeth line. I think it's another feather in the cap of the train daddy, so congratulations. I want to focus in on questions about air quality because everybody's very keen to improve it when and how we can and in the most efficient way. Thinking back to the expansion to the north and south circular, what work was done beforehand to benchmark or set targets for the amount of air quality improvement that could be or was expected to be seen?
Well, first of all, thank you for your kind comments. So work was done in the
north and south
for the north and south circular. In every case where we have countenanced an expansion of the ULEZ, we do work beforehand to identify what the impact will be in terms of likely reduction in emissions and what the offsets against what the benefits will be. So if you would like, I can write to you to give you more granular detail. I don't have the report.
That'd be great. So there's a clear set of sort of objectives, as it were, or targets to be hit with that expansion.
Yes, I mean, obviously, we don't just do it because it's a good thing to do. We do it, well, I guess we do, but there are definable outputs that we're aiming to achieve that will enhance the environment and also public health.
Absolutely. I wouldn't imagine that you would progress without doing that.
Sure.
So do we have any data from that expansion yet that we can measure against those targets for that previous expansion?
Sure. Well, my proposal is I would write to you on that as well, such that we give you a comprehensive answer on what we intended to do and what the emerging data shows by way of results, early results.
I looked in the document that was published in May 2022, which talked about the previous expansions, and it did talk about compliance with the expansion to north and south, but it didn't talk about the air quality aspect, and it's the air quality aspect I wanted to
We'll make sure that the
on.
answer addresses that, sir.
Because what we're looking for here is bang for the buck, right? If we're spending an awful lot of money, £400 million for a wider expansion, and you know, it's reasonable to expect on history that would go over budget as well. So if you're spending that much money to improve air quality, you want to make sure that it's the air quality you're improving, right? Otherwise, you're just sticking loads of cameras up around London and following people around like some sort of crazy peeping tom-tom or something. So you've put those benchmarks in place for the previous expansion, and we can measure against that. Are you putting? I presume you're putting those same tests in for any proposed expansion all the way out through outer London.
The same methodology would apply. You are mindful of what you are aiming to achieve via policy to reduce the toxic air that Londoners breathe and other policy objectives, and then it's normal and good practice to subsequently review whether you achieve the benefits that you set out before you embarked upon it.
Okay. Because in the consultation document, or the programme that's put out with the consultation document, it said that other measures were considered. And again, this is about targeting on improving air quality. What other measures were considered, and why were they not considered suitable to go forward?
Well, if I'm understanding you correctly, but what do you mean, what did we look at as an alternative?
Yeah.
There are other alternatives looked at to tackle air quality specifically, or
yeah.
congestion. Well, largely it was the obvious, or to us, the most beneficial policy is the ultra-low emission zone, because that would, we believe, provide the greatest benefits.
And that's based on data from the ULEZ being implemented in the centre of town.
Well, certainly that has had dramatic effects in terms of both the reduction in the particulates that people end up breathing and other benefits.
I agree. I've looked at the data, and again, I think what we can do there is we can, because it's looking at that that difference, which other colleagues have talked about as well, is that difference between inner London and outer London. As you step out, it was an 18-time expansion, I think, out to the north and south circular. It's again twice that, I think, moving out for the whole of London. So we can examine that data against the benchmarks as that ULEZ zone progresses.
Yes, albeit you would have to normalise that, given that the characteristics of central and outer London are somewhat different.
Right.
But the same principles would apply. You're aiming to do the same thing, namely, in addition to achieving less congestion on the road, you are aiming to reduce the level of toxicity in the air that everyone breathes.
I agree, which is why, and again, you know, like I say, it's about getting the right bang for the buck. Is this the right, is spending £500 million on an expanded camera network the best way to improve air quality? Other, the document said other measures were considered. It'd be really good to look at what those other measures were. I don't know. Was it a complete electrifying of the bus network? If you're looking at 82% compliance of vehicles already, you know, is it more sensible to fund a scrappage scheme? You know, straight away, would that get the vehicles off the road? I'd like to see what other things that were looked at that got you to the conclusion that spending that 400 million, 500 million pounds on an expanded camera network was the best way to improve air quality. Mindful of the fact that we've got the data for inner London, but the data for inner London will be different to outer London. I doubt very much we've got any data that can be genuinely reflected on for that expansion out to the north and south, especially with COVID and working from home, so that's going to mess with those figures a little bit. And from using that data, how we base that to say that that expansion to cover the whole of outer London would be the best thing to improve air quality.
I mean, just your point, though, I look at these things as a package. It's not a binary decision, the ULEZ or electrify the bus fleet. I believe we should do both, because equally you'd want the buses to not be spewing out toxic fumes.
I agree, but, and I recognise the challenges with that as well, just because I'm mindful of time. So looking at it as a package, what are the potential financial benefits to TfL for expanding that zone out?
Well, the more that we can encourage people to use public transport as one half of the equation, i.e. if for example, they didn't want to buy or weren't able to buy an electric car, but they were attracted onto public transport, then there's the obvious financial benefit of more revenue coming to TfL by greater use of public transport.
Has there been any projection for the fines, mindful of the potential increase in the £20 fine as well?
The scheme is not designed to raise money. What the money that it does raise, though, is by law ploughed back into public transport, with the obvious benefit that brings.
Okay, thank you. Just very quickly, the Sir Brendan Barber review on pensions. As a result of that, have you made any changes to that pension? Okay, and have you had that conversation with government, and how do they find that?
We have written back to government as one of the conditions. Remember, I talked about these 60-odd conditions that we've met so far. The condition was that we should undertake a review of our pension fund. We did that via the independent avenue of Sir Brendan Barber and Joanne Seeger, who put together that report. We submitted that on time, in fact, a tiny bit early. Government want us to come up with a recommended way forward, and we're now considering what that should be, if anything. But for the record, I stress that there has been no proposed change to our pension fund.
Okay. So for my clarity, as a result of that review, there are no proposed changes?
No, that's correct.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, I want to bring in Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'd like to continue to riff on the theme of the ultra-low emission zone. I'd like to start with you, Commissioner. I mean, I know that we're out to consultation at the moment, so the shape of the scheme is not fully known to us yet, but I'm assuming that there are now some discussions in progress with the Department for Transport regarding the proposal to extend into outer London. And I just wonder what kind of feedback you've had from the DfT on the plans for expansion. Have they expressed any views?
Well, the only view that I'm aware of that they've expressed is to say that decisions on road user charging are for the Mayor to take. So they've kind of punted it back to us.
Okay, so they haven't given any further feedback other than that. Okay. If I could come to you, Mr. Mayor. Since April 2018, we haven't had any kind of grant coming into London to support us in terms of the for the roads of any description, because that was given away by the previous mayor. So by my estimation, there's been 4 complete financial years where Londoners have been paying in 500 million vehicle excise duty that has gone into the DfT and Highways England. So that makes £2 billion, of which we've received nothing. You made £61 million available for scrappage schemes previously, particularly in advance of the expansion to the North and South Circular. And we know that the government has been using probably some of that £2 billion paid by vehicle excise duty to go into the Clean Air Fund for scrappage in other cities. I mean, I assume that you would be happy to lead a cross-party campaign in London, across London, from all those many people who support clean air and health for Londoners, to get the government to provide some kind of match funding for anything that you do on scrappage when we expand again.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, this for me is not, despite the best attempts from some, a party political issue. It's an issue of social justice and racial justice. It's the poorest Londoners, least likely to own a car, suffer the worst consequences of air quality. And so I'd welcome a cross-party approach to this issue. I'll make this point as well. Not only are Londoners, are London drivers subsidised in other parts of the country, London public transport users are subsidising our roads being improved and repaired and so forth. Right. So it's how would you feel as somebody who uses the buses and the tubes or whatever is not contributing to the dangerous, poisonous, invisible killer that is our air, but you're paying towards the remediation by your fares being used to cross-subsidise. It's just not fair.
I mean, the health evidence has been getting stronger and stronger. The WHO, World Health Organization, said that diesel is a definite carcinogen, 2012. You know, we've now got much better kit to look at the particulate matter, and we know how dangerous it is in terms of brain, lungs. I mean, the list is very long in terms of the impact on human health. We know that in Outer London now we are seeing the worst health impacts, but we also do know that the biggest impact is going to be in terms of Outer London, because it is a much larger area. So how will we recognise and address the fact that there is higher car use, I would suggest, in Outer London, because the distances are bigger? How are we really going to address that?
Well, one of the reasons why we're keen to get the government engaged in relation to a scrappage scheme is because I recognise that there are many poor Londoners who rely upon their car, right? And so we'll need to give them support if they've got to move away and transition from a non-compliant vehicle. The Commissioner mentioned, of course, as many of those as possible would love to transition to public transport if they're able to. Walk and cycle. I think somebody previously mentioned in a previous question the numbers of people who, could swap their car for a short, less than 20-minute walk or a less than 20-minute cycle. And so, we'd want to do that, but we can't run away from the fact that public transport is less good in Outer London than in Central and Inner London. So another thing the Commissioner's passionate about with me is improving public transport in Outer London in relation to bus frequency and so forth. None of that is possible, though, unless we get a long-term capital deal from the government and sufficient revenue funding for 22-23. So people can, crack crocodile tears, pretending to be concerned about Outer London or poorer Londoners. They should be using their influence to lobby the government to get a decent deal for our city.
Yeah, I mean, that brings us back to Assemblymember Baker's original question at the top of the hour. Obviously, the biggest impacts, I think, in terms of health, of poor air quality are on children. I understand that the Prime Minister may have some children. I'm not sure how many. Were you surprised at his recent remarks when he visited a school in Bromley, that he wasn't interested in seeing the ULEZ expand?
I was surprised by that, because actually, when you look at the numbers of Londoners who have asthma, it's roughly speaking 500,000. 300,000 of those are in Outer London. Outer London has more deaths linked with air pollution than Central and Inner London, and they benefited least from ULEZ policies in both Central London and the extension up to the North and South Circular, and so will benefit from this expansion. I'm not sure if he's speaking off the cuff in relation to his response. I would hope he would support our policies to clean up the air in our city, and he's not one of those politicians in yesteryear who, didn't take action in relation to smoking and didn't take action in relation to the great smog. I think, politicians have a choice. They can either be the last generation that doesn't get it or the first generation that gets it, and I want us to be, on a cross-party basis, the first generation that gets it and takes action.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. The next question is from Assembly Member Devonish, please.
Thank you. Can I first ask AM Cooper not to attack people's children, even if it is the Prime Minister? Mr. Commissioner, good morning to you. Tube noise. This morning on the Jubilee line, we measured 123 decibels passing Bermondsey. This is not a party political issue. I don't want to make party political points on this. We all want this to be sorted. Now, you've almost sorted the Elizabeth line. Are you going to be able to sort tube noise, and how, please?
Sure. Well, first of all, good morning. The beauty of the Elizabeth line is it's a brand new line. It's built on what's called floating track slab, and it sits actually on a thick rubber mat. So you'll hopefully have noticed how smooth, quiet, and quick the service is. But that is the beauty of modern track construction. So you might ask legitimately, well, why don't we do that everywhere? In the deep level tube, there's literally not the room to install that kind of track. Even if you were, to shut the line and lift it, you just don't have the space. So our biggest opportunity is rail grinding. We do an extensive program of rail grinding throughout the lines. At the moment, we are aware that on the Jubilee, on the Northern, on the Bakerloo, we do have excessive noise. My team is going around diligently doing rail grinding. We're also changing out certain clips that tend to cause noise. But we're fighting a bit of a losing battle, and certainly with the funding that we've got, that the rail grinding program is as much victim as is everything else. I'd like to do more. Hopefully I can get to a better position with funding such that we can catch up the backlog.
Okay, if I can be optimistic for a second and say we will sort funding sometime this year, I mean, I'm being optimistic. So. Could we have an autumn meeting with yourself and the Mayor with a plan with some main constituents and Assembly members? So we did this about 4 years ago, and really get behind this, because this is a public health issue as much as clean air.
Well, it's not my place to commit the Mayor to anything, but I would certainly sign up to a meeting with you. The person I would aim to bring along would be my COO, with whom you've already met, Andy Lord. He has accountability to me to get this problem tackled, and certainly I would commit to having a meeting with you and Andy to take this matter forward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. The next is Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, Mr. Mayor again. We can all agree that reducing private car use in London will benefit London overall for congestion, air quality and climate reasons. What I'm really interested in is how we can sustainably reduce car use and target journeys that can easily be switched to other modes of transport. Recognising that some Londoners, whether it will be because of mobility, because of work reasons, specific work reasons, or for caring responsibilities, will find that much more difficult. So your ULEZ consultation says it's important that the owners of the remaining non-compliant vehicles, they're encouraged to switch to walking, cycling or public transport where possible, or use cleaner vehicles, including car club vehicles, for essential journeys. Do you have a view on how many essential journeys cannot currently be switched and will continue to be made by private car? And what interventions do we need specifically to increase journeys switched in the ULEZ expansion area, but in the future overall, how many can we switch?
Yeah, so I'm not somebody who thinks it's viable or possible for London to be completely car-free, because some people will need, for the reasons you've alluded to use their cars, right? The obvious people, we can talk about those who are disabled, who may need to use their cars. Those for other reasons may need to use their cars. We're the best one in the world. The most altruistic people just can't make the conversion that we'd like to do and stuff. And that's one of the reasons why we've thought very carefully about the policies in relation to what the ULEZ requirements are with Euro 6 and Euro 4. And it's really important that people don't mistakenly think they've got to buy a very expensive electric car to be ULEZ compliant. So that's one of the things we're working on in relation to what Assemblymember Pigeon talked about in relation to scrappage scheme generation 2.0, or whatever you want to call it, in relation to what we can do to help. If it's the case of not a compliant car, and they need to have a car to a compliant car and so forth. So we're working on those. The challenge we have is we're not sure how big the scrappage scheme is going to be, because concerns that have been raised a number of times, I'm going to rehearse them in relation to lack of funding and certainty. But just to reassure those people I know you speak to regularly who are saying, listen, I can't with the best in the world cycle to do my journey or use public transport for reasons A, B and C. We're not suggesting they be forced to do so.
Can I ask specifically whether you've thought about how well, I know you have, but specifically how car clubs can be improved to provide a viable alternative to private car use in the future? What interventions do we need to make to really ramp that up?
Well, the increase in car clubs is quite exciting. What we're trying to do is to make sure the car clubs we have are green in terms of zero emission capable vehicles and so forth. So TfL are working closely with the companies that run the car clubs. TfL also speaks with councils. Sometimes there's a resistance from councils, given some of their precious road space for obvious reasons, to car clubs. We work closely with councils as well. And so we're hoping to increase the number of car clubs, because for the group of people you mentioned in your first question who still need a car, question, can some of those flip over to get rid of their car and using car clubs? And so I'm more than happy to write you with details of some of the engagement, but TfL spends a lot of time engaging with car clubs, because we do know for some people it's a really good way to get the car for the short period they need it, without having the stress of the MOT, the maintenance of a car and all the rest of it and stuff, because they can just, just turn up and go in relation to a car club and give back the responsibility of maintenance to somebody else.
Thanks. That would be really welcome. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And the next is Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. Mr Mayor, can you tell me, do you agree with Lisa Nandy when she says she supports the rail strikes?
Good morning. She didn't say that.
Well, it's reported this morning on GMTV that she did say that. So, okay, if you dispute that, do you agree with the rail strikes?
No, I don't. I do agree with trade unions and they've been a source for good, and I'm very grateful for the amazing work they did to keep our city going during the 2.5 years working with us to make sure our public transport was the safest and cleanest, I would say, in the world. I think what Lisa was expressing was her understanding of the concerns many who work in transport have. What I'd say to RMTs to get around the table and try and resolve this amicably. I understand the concerns they have with the DFT, Network Rail and the TOCs, and also with TfL. Let's resolve these around the table rather than frustrating, disappointing strikes.
Well, absolutely. I believe that a third of all workers paid in the industry are pay higher rate tax, which means they're on over 50k. I mean, some of the wages of rail workers is far and above nurses, teachers, etc. So I hope you actually use some of your power to stop them doing these very damaging strikes. This will damage London quite considerably. I believe they've only been in 2 weeks of negotiations. So if your message to them now is, what would you say absolutely now about these strikes and stopping them?
To meet with TfL. TfL have been ready and able and willing to meet. ACAS are willing to host. June the 21st is a long time away, plenty of time to resolve this amicably. The Commissioner's top team is ready to meet with RMT. Let's talk.
Well, given that it's unions and that Labour are so connected with unions, I hope you have some success, because this is absolutely shocking for workers that are desperate to earn a living, to get to work, and it's desperate for businesses as well. Andy, given the RMT's intransigence and willingness to indulge in these unreasonable strike actions, would you welcome more support from the government in the form of legislation to require minimum numbers of rail staff to work during a strike?
Good morning. Well, I think obviously that's a matter for government. My overriding objective is to try to avoid these upcoming strikes. I mean, we've been told that there will be national strikes on the 21st, 23rd and 25th of June, which one will be concurrent with a further TfL dispute on behalf of RMT and Unite around pensions, terms and conditions, and in the case of Unite, pay. And in all three cases, I just don't see that action is necessary. It's entirely premature. With Unite for pay, we haven't even engaged with them yet on any pay discussions. And with regard to the RMT, there are no changes, as we heard earlier, to the pension plan proposed. There are no changes to terms and conditions proposed. And on the specific, which is the RMT specific around station staff job cuts, we want to talk with the union. We are talking to the union about reducing the number of stations positions because customers' travel patterns and habits have changed. But we will do that through natural attrition. No one will lose their job. So this is entirely unnecessary. We are ready and willing to meet to try to avoid this.
Okay, thank you. We've heard this before. It is entirely unnecessary, and it is purely railway workers damaging things for other workers, which I cannot believe is what unions should be all about. We're short of time this side, so I'll now go on to the buses. Mr Mayor, the bloodbath, quite frankly, regarding buses. Consultation on buses runs to the 12th of July. Now, is this a meaningful consultation? If you get a high percentage of people begging you not to do it, like from the disabled people or people that can't get around so much, and earlier in this session you said it's people with less money that actually uses bus. So what percentage of people saying they're against these cuts will you take to mean that you won't do it?
I can't predict the outcome of the consultation. What I can say is the government are requiring us to make additional savings this year and above the hundreds of millions of pounds of savings we've made in the last 6 years.
Yes,
They've also required us to reduce service levels, and so what we're having to do is consult on a 4% cut in service levels in kilometres travelled by buses in London, and that's what's been consulted on.
Yes, I hear all that, but you were told to make savings. Where you made them was up to you. My point being, can we concentrate on the consultation? Because nobody out there believes consultations are worth the paper they're written on. What percentage, you must have had this discussion with somebody, what percentage of people writing back, complaining about your proposed cuts, will you start to take notice of?
Well, firstly, the government has required service level reductions.
Can you answer the questions on the consultation?
Well, I was trying to. So the government's required not just monies to be saved, but services to be reduced. People aren't numbers, so it's qualitative information we receive in the consultation as well as the numbers of people responding. We're not going to prejudge a numerical figure for how many people have got to respond. It's what they say, how it affects them, how it affects journey patterns, what other things are available. So we'll wait and see what the responses are to the consultation that's only having to be done because of government cuts and government requirements.
Well, can we just concentrate on the consultations? You've said that the ULEZ one is a meaningful consultation and you will take note of what people say. Well, as somebody that lives in outer London, I can tell you people are absolutely furious about this proposal. But if you can't give us some sort of estimate, what are you going to take? If 2% say it's okay, you'll then go ahead. You must have a thought in your head as to what percentage of answer or feedback you get. If it's absolutely a tsunami of people saying don't do it, will you then take notice of that? What have you got in mind to take notice of in a consultation?
Well, as I've just said, it's not prejudging the numbers of people that need to respond against or for something. You also look at what people are saying. You also look at what alternatives you can provide. And so it's looked in the round in relation to the responses to a consultation. Some things we consult on are my policies that I'm keen to do. Other things we have to do because the government's requiring us to do so. In relation to the consultation around buses, we've got to do that because of the savings that are being required to be met to meet government conditions, but also service level reductions we've got to do in London.
Okay, Mr Byford, if I could just make a plea. We are being contacted by elderly people with disabilities who absolutely rely on the buses. I have been written to somebody that uses the U10 out in Ruislip, absolutely desperate. It's going down from 60 minutes to one every 90 minutes. All of the other, I can't begin to mention the other contacts that we've had, and certainly Assemblymember Devonish has had about these. Can you please look at them, and can we please, I will ask you, I believe in what you do and what you say, can I ask you if it's a consultation with people begging you not to stop these bus routes, you will look at other ways of saving money, because the government at the end of the day wants you to save money. It's up to you where you save it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. The next question is from the Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commissioner and Mr Mayor. Commissioner, I'll start with you, sort of following on the theme of buses, but hopefully on a more positive note. The TfL Bus Action Plan aims to increase the speed of journeys. What I wanted to hear from you is, how do you ensure that this does not adversely affect some groups who need to be given proper time to board buses safely?
Sure, thank you. Good morning. Well, first of all, just to set your mind at rest, this is not about decreasing stopping time. This is about decreasing overall journey time by improving road conditions. So we recognise that people need to be given the proper amount of time to get on and off the bus safely. That is a specific issue upon which we focus, particularly people who do need more time. Maybe they're infirm or they've got luggage or whatever. But the purpose is about improving road conditions, so prioritising buses through properly constructed, properly thought through bus lanes, which we've been doing. We've been expanding our bus lanes, making sure that the buses, there are sufficient buses on a route, that the buses are properly segregated going across junctions so that they are able to get priority where that's warranted. So this is about improving bus journey times to get more people to want to take the bus as a viable alternative. It is not about compressing stop times at the stop.
Thank you, that's really reassuring to hear. And a sort of follow-up question to that is also, in terms of the bus action plan, and one of the aims is obviously to improve connections and ensure that they're better interchanges, particularly in outer London. And I was hoping you could give me some more details on how the interchanges and the better connections, how you hope that it will improve people's access to London town centres and quality of life.
Sure. Well, I'm reminded of an earlier question where we talked about travel hubs. The way to get people onto public transport is to make it attractive, and so improved connections obviously is a key element to that. You want to make sure that, for example, if people do have to make a connection, they're not then left waiting at the connection point, i.e. the bus stop, for ages waiting for that connection to appear. So we pay great attention to that. It's an integrated bus network and it's an integrated bus plan. I've got some examples here of where, for example, Route 383 was extended from Woodside Park to Finchley Memorial Hospital to create a new link, and that's a link that we intend to make permanent later this year. Another example, M20, one of the night bus routes, was recently extended from Barnet Church to Barnet Hospital, and again that was to make the interchange better, and that was in response to customer feedback. We've got some more plans just about to happen. In fact, this one just has new links to the Royal National Orthopaedic Hospital and Elstree Centennial Business Park. So we have expert bus planners at TfL who are constantly looking at changing travel patterns to see how we can make bus journeys more attractive, to attract more people on, which is a virtuous circle, in spite of a very tough fiscal environment.
Yeah, I think that's putting it politely, a very tough fiscal environment. I always find it really hard to bite my tongue when I talk about the political football that this government plays with TfL. That's really reassuring to hear, and I just wanted to really kind of emphasise at the recent Transport Committee that I've joined, we heard from some fantastic organisations that represent disabled Londoners, and particularly on the point of interchanges and connections, just to really emphasise the need to ensure that that's as accessible as possible, and we really centre disabled Londoners' experience in that. I'll just finish on this final point, and this is to you, Mr Mayor. Could you provide me an update on discussions with government for support to make the bus fleet net zero, please?
Yes, so this is a good example where actually what we want to do chimes completely with what the government claims they want to do, which is get to net zero carbon as soon as possible, to make Brexit a success by having jobs in the UK and by levelling up. And so these buses that we want to have more of, the electric buses, the zero-emission cable buses, are built in the UK, Guildford, Falkirk, Ballymena, West Yorkshire, Scarborough, elsewhere. We currently have a fleet of 9,000 buses. We have more electric zero-emission buses of any city in Western Europe, more than 800. We've got plans to go to all of them being zero carbon by 2030, but it can only happen with the long-term capital deal we have. And at the moment, we're pausing renewing some of the contracts with the bus operating companies because we can't, in good faith, enter into 3-5-year contracts without knowing how much money we're going to get. And the problem is that the contracts we've had to renew in the recent past haven't been on the most favourable terms, because the more you order, the better the price you get. So, as soon as we can have that certainty, we can make more progress in relation to getting to, a zero carbon bus fleet as soon as possible.
Thank you. I hope the government's listening, and I think the kind of aspirations that you set really make London a leading city in the world. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. The next question is from Assemblymember Best.
Thank you, Chair. In 2017, TfL modelling suggested that 135,000 vehicles per day would use the expanded ultra-low emission zone, and that was sort of the justification spending £130 million on the expansion. Fast forward to today, well, to November, where we had the last stock of that, and you've got 50,000 chargeable vehicles travelling within the expanded zone. That's a little over a third of where the estimated figure came in the forecast. Now, looking ahead to the London-wide expansion, TfL estimates 87% of vehicles travelling within that zone will be compliant, leaving 13% that are not. There isn't a figure of which of those vehicles will be chargeable yet, and there isn't a figure of how much the zone will cost. There seems to be a lot of question marks here over what possible impacts there will be and what is the cost per impact, because we all care about the environment here, we all care about clean air, we're looking for results based on the spend. And so looking at how far out the original forecast was back in 2017, and looking ahead to so many questions today over the cost it would be to do a London-wide expansion and how many vehicles that would actually target, there just seems to be a lot of questions over what looks like is going to be a really large amount of spending that could go into other public transport spending to create more sustainable journeys. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, do you want to take that?
Do you mean the central London ULEZ or the inner London expansion to North and South Circular?
To the south and north. It was in...
I understand. I get the question. I beg your pardon, sorry. Saying that the Commissioner referred to in relation to the data we have from the expansion to the North and South Circular, it takes some time to have that data, because obviously you can have anomalies because of holidays and so forth. So we think in the space of the next 6 to 8 weeks we'll have the data to respond to how successful or otherwise the expansion to up to the North Circular has been. And just to reassure you, the consultation taking place now on a further expansion, any decision on that will be made well after us knowing how successful or otherwise the expansion to North and South Circular is. The reason why we haven't got the full data is the length of time it takes after you begin a new scheme for inverted commas, early hiccups in the first month and so forth. And so I'm hoping in the next 6 to 8 weeks, what I can do, Chair, is write to some of my best later on today or tomorrow to give her an idea when we think we'll have the data, which I'm more than happy to share once we've got it.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, given the data we do have does suggest there are question marks, and hopefully there will be less question marks in 6 to 8 weeks, is that a confirmation then that it's not just the public consultation that you're going to be looking at, but also a clear review of bang for buck on the current expansion that's going to inform your decision as to whether to proceed with a London-wide extension?
But the data we do have in relation to the expansion is quite clear in relation to...
You're only at about a third of chargeable vehicles that you expect it to be, so you're way out.
No, that's because it's been so successful. Sorry, you're thinking about this as a cash cow. We don't think about it as a cash cow. We think about the ULEZ as a way of cleaning the air in our city. So
no, that's about the amount of vehicles that are on the road that this would actually affect. So if those vehicles aren't on the road to be targeted, then there's no point spending millions and millions and millions of pounds on cameras to target vehicles that don't exist.
Again, the use of the word targeting implies you want to target them to make money. No, what we're trying to do...
It's your scheme, Mr. Mayor, it's not mine.
What we're trying to do is to have fewer non-compliant vehicles on the road who don't pay £12.50 because their vehicles are compliant. That leads to them churning out less nitrogen oxide, less nitrogen dioxide, less particulate matter, and also, by the way, less carbon. And so that's led to a situation where we know that there are 97% fewer schools in areas where the air is illegal and 94% fewer homes in areas where the air is illegal. And by the way, we're very proud that we went from 39% of vehicles being compliant to 92% of vehicles being compliant. Yes, the flip side is less money for the cash cow, less cash coming from the cow. But that was never the intention. The intention was to clean up the air in London. And it's what the Commissioner talked about having a joined-up, holistic public transport policy. And actually, on the one hand, being in favour of active travel, encouraging people to walk and cycle, means less fares for transport for London. But that's not the way TfL operates since I've been chair. TfL operates to make sure they can serve our city better. So I'm not apologising in any way for us receiving less revenue from people paying a fine, because that's a really good thing. And we're going to make it, there'll be even less money coming in when we have auto
Mr. Mayor, I think you've lost
January.
your flow and you've gone off on a complete tangent, so I'll stop you there. Thank you.
I mean, you can tell the disciples of Johnson, the rudeness and the bluffing, and the buffoonery.
Chair, if the Mayor's talking for almost 2 minutes on a question I didn't ask, I think I can stop him.
Hang on. One of the questions, one thing I want to make point is that Assembly members have a right to ask questions to the Mayor. You run a risk. The risk is this: the Mayor will answer the question the way he or she thinks is fit. Hang on. And therefore, I think you need to frame your questions such a way that the Mayor can't go off on a tangent if you don't want him to do so. Thank you.
Just there.
Just for my clarity, Chair, you're saying that we asked the Mayor a question and he can choose whether or not to answer that question or something else?
No. The Mayor can answer the question.
Why are you so unpleasant?
Hang on.
I bet even your own dog bites.
Excuse me. Look, we need to have mutual respect for each other. But the question, you can ask the questions. You can ask the question, but the Mayor has a right to answer the question. Now, so that's the way it is. Okay.
That makes one of us then, doesn't
Chair,
it?
can we please just calm us down?
Bless you.
We all looking forward to our break, but let's get this through with mutual respect for each other. Okay. So the next question is a question to Assembly Member Boff. Sorry, I meant Assembly Member Clark.
We're not often confused, but thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm just listening to the Conservatives opposite, and I'm astonished to hear them calling you rude. But I mean, what comes across to me is a clear commitment to clean air, and I want to thank you for that, for your commitment to it, because actually the council ward where I live and where I serve is the poorest in Barnet, which is in Outer London, and actually it leads to shortened lifespans. We have the poorest air quality, and we lost a disproportionate number of our residents to COVID. And so thank you. It is a social justice issue, it's a health issue, and it's really important. And it doesn't make you rude, it makes you committed, and it means you have a backbone. So thank you. May I also... Sorry, chatter.
Can we have one Assembly Member speak at a time, please?
Yes, thank you. May I also extend my congratulations to you, Andy, on the extension of the Elizabeth line and your delivery on it. I have some questions on rail devolution for Andy, which to me seems to be a missing piece in TfL's network. I'm just wondering what plans you have for the future of rail transport network in London.
Well, if money was no object, I'd love to see much further expansion because of the well-documented or proven benefits that TfL's model can bring to otherwise somewhat neglected national rail lines in some cases. I mean, I think back to how the development or the various parts of the what are now called the overground used to be, and they were pretty grim. And now we have a fantastic London Overground network with the Oyster card, the better staffing model, the better signage, the better station environment, and the better train service that's brought. But unfortunately, money is an object, and right now we do not have any major plans, if any, for expansion. But that's not to say that we couldn't dust them off if money becomes available.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it's really interesting that the William Shapps review quite praises TfL's model, and it seems to me an obvious thing to do is to expand TfL rather than continue to restrict it. Just a little bit of worry is that, obviously you've just said, but one of your ambitions for London's rail network is to explore further rail devolution. But the call for evidence did not mention the word devolution at all. Should we be worried about this?
I mean, we are actively engaged with the discussion. Obviously, we're familiar with the Williams-Shapps rail plan, and we are engaged in the discussion around that. There's what's called the whole industry strategic plan, which is basically an evidence-gathering exercise to shape England's future railways, if not the whole of the UK. So we're having input into that, and consistent with the earlier question you asked, we are still making the case for further devolution. We believe it makes sense. So the topic is by no means dormant. We'll see where it goes, but it does all come back to money.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and thank you. And I agree, the overground is an amazing link, certainly in my constituency. Can you update us on devolution for Great Northern and when the outlined business case will be published?
Yeah, well, that to me is an obvious candidate. Great Northern, I've always thought that. That is one that we would absolutely like to bring in-house to TfL. At the moment, we're still making the case consistent with the Mayor's transport strategy, so I don't have a specific date for you, but I personally think that that's one of the most compelling options. As soon as we've got a date, I'll let you know.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now it will be Assembly Member Boff.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, in January I wrote to you and asked what alternates to diesel fuels are being used in the construction traffic and the construction efforts at the Silvertown tunnel. You said diesel alternatives were prohibitive in price. Could you share with me why that is prohibitive, the actual costs that were looked into?
I'm really sorry, I've not got the detail. Can I contact you later on today to find out what apologies for that. I wasn't
I'm happy to, because fundamentally I want to know why it is that you don't want to invest in new technologies that will improve air quality in a part of London where the air quality is already bad. So it will be useful to have a price for that and how much you're willing not to spend. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. And the next is Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. I'd like to start with Commissioner Byford, if I might. There's quite a lot of us around this room, including myself and the Mayor, who talk a lot about a green recovery. Do you think the TfL is doing enough to increase and protect diversity across the whole of its estate and its network?
I think we do a lot of good work in that space. We've got a huge hectarage of roadside verges. We are custodians of a lot of trees, and we're looking to expand the amount of trees that we plant, and certainly look after the ones that we've already got. We have done work or done trials in terms of diversity, ecological diversity with bus stops with a bee-friendly plantation on top. There's always more that you can do. Obviously, I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, some of it comes back to money, but we're very mindful of our responsibilities, our ecological responsibilities, and the fact that we are a public transport network moving the masses on increasing the electric vehicles on the railway, obviously, but also on the buses, is another hopeful piece of evidence that convinces you that we do take that seriously.
Do you think that there's enough green infrastructure on, for example, the red routes where we know, obviously the Mayor has taken a big initiative about putting in green walls for schools and green barriers to protect playgrounds. And obviously in that kind of situation where the red routes are going to be more heavily trafficked, even after ULEZ is expanded as it has to the North and South Circular, do you think that we are providing enough there? I think, obviously that might be helpful. And it also helps create those ecological corridors, which is something that the Environment Committee has been looking into.
Sure. We do take red routes are an example of where we are mindful of the need to maintain verges and to provide trees where we can and to maintain what we've got. So I think there's always more that you can do, but again, it does come back to money to a certain extent, where the choice is keeping the network going or maintaining a line-side verge. ultimately the key thing to do is to keep the network moving, but what we're trying to do is both. So red routes are certainly on our agenda in terms of maintaining a healthy ecological balance.
One way of measuring what where you've started from and where you're going to is to have a biodiversity action plan. There's been one for the Olympic Park. In December 2020, I noticed that Network Rail produced a biodiversity action plan, but I don't think we've had one produced by TfL since 2010, so that's now 12 years. Is a targeted biodiversity action plan something that you think that TfL should produce, and do you think you benefit from it in a very targeted way of measuring what you're doing?
Sure, yeah. So basically, yes. My understanding is that we are putting together such a plan, and once that's ready, I'll make sure that you get a copy.
And is that something, Mr Mayor, that we can hope that Shirley Rodriguez, the Deputy Mayor for Environment, would have some input from her and her team? There are some real experts on biodiversity amongst their number, and I just wonder whether they have some opportunities to feed into TfL with that expertise.
Yeah, no, thanks for raising the issue. It's really important, and we'll make sure that actually all of City Hall's expertise works, as we always do with TfL, in relation to not just biodiversity, but your earlier point in relation to the red routes. One of the challenges, and it's not insurmountable, is working with the councils, who often are in charge of the surrounding areas and stuff. And so again, one of the things we'll seek to do is to see how we can work better with key partners, whether it's a developer or a council, and others, in relation to improving, not just the general environment, but the biodiversity as well.
And of course, in some cases, improved planting can help reduce flooding, which helps both TfL reduce its costs in that area. So I slightly would take issue with the Commissioner in the sense that you can pose planting versus other necessary maintenance. Would you not agree that that's something that planting really helps?
This guy's taught me about SUDs, I never, I always take the knowledge he gives me well. I don't think he meant in that in adversarial context. What he was, the point is that's we can't run away from the economic climate and stuff. But
might I just add then, just reassure you, I just couldn't find my note on it. So on the red routes, we did begin a trial in 2019, and we've got 70,000 square metres of wildflower verges. We're planning to expand this by another 38,000 this year. So that's not insubstantial. Plus, we've got 24,000 street trees in our inventory. And as I mentioned earlier, we are looking to increase the tree numbers year on year, all of which is detail of which is included in the biodiversity plan, to which I offered you a copy earlier. We should have that ready soon. It's called the Infrastructure and Biodiversity Plan. So it wasn't meant to suggest that we don't take that seriously. I'm just saying that in the final account, if ultimately it's run the red route or plant some trees, well, clearly we're going to run the red route, but we aim to do both.
Completely understand that, but I think Londoners really do like the input, particularly from TfL, where it's very visible. So I certainly know Assemblymember McCartney was waxing lyrical about some planting in her constituency, and people often talk about planting on bus stops and near bus stops and around bus stops. And I think that whole thing of being out in open spaces that Londoners really noticed during the pandemic, how important it was. And I think bringing that planting into those areas where, TfL has those responsibilities can actually make London feel quite different.
I would agree with that. We aim to provide a pleasant travelling environment, and we certainly take our environmental responsibilities extremely seriously. So again, my direction to my team is, albeit within the financial constraints, to achieve the absolute maximum we can, including environmental initiatives.
Having travelled on the Elizabeth line, I would also thank you for getting that finished, and it was a very, very pleasurable experience. Perhaps we can hope for the same sort of Rolls-Royce treatment of the roads above ground that we have on the Elizabeth line. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next question is from Assemblymember Moemi.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Mayor Khan. How are your plans for building homes on TfL land progressing?
Well, for the last 2.5 years, or 2.25 years, we've not made the progress we'd want to make, because we've had to pause a lot of the projects that we're involved in. We've not been able to spend any money, much money, in some of those projects. So that's the context of the answer. So on the plus side, we have now set up the the limited company that we were asked to do so. I think 2,000 homes have either been completed or well underway. We still have a number of projects that are in the design phase that have already been submitted and so forth. But the challenge is, and it goes back to what the Commissioner started the meeting with, and I did, without the long-term capital deal, we can't really commit too much into this area other than that's already been committed.
Thank you. And so we've heard, as I mentioned the last time we met, about the 50% of housing on public land that, following the Kerslake review, TfL, along with other GLA constituent family members, have committed to making genuinely affordable. But I'm concerned that the recent actions of the Secretary of State for Transport sets a precedent where he can effectively put into complete jeopardy TfL's and others' build programmes. And I just wondered what your thoughts were on that, and if there were any financial implications for TfL as a result of that.
Well, the scheme that, in an unprecedented way, the Secretary of State called in was a scheme that provides more than 350 homes. And as you said, a combination of the London Plan and other policies we have, and the buy-in of TfL means at least half of those homes are genuinely affordable homes that Londoners need. The good news is DfT and TfL are working together, and we think we may have a resolution. So I don't want to give a running commentary on those, and except to say that we hope to be able to have a resolution to this.
If I might add to that, Assembly Member, I mean, the decision caught us completely by surprise. The local council had said that they were supportive of the application. We were ready to go. I thought it was a good scheme. It had lots of benefit. And then that refusal on the S163 came through. But the good news, as the Mayor has said, is we are working with DfT to see if we can find an alternate way through and get going again.
Okay. Thank you. And I wondered as well, Commissioner, what partnership working, if any, there might be around maybe working alongside Network Rail and others that also are part of the wider transport network in terms of developing and providing those additional new homes in the capital?
Well, we already do work with Network Rail in a number of overlap locations, and we have very good relations with Network Rail, our colleagues. So the fact that we've now set up this dedicated arm's length body populated by very capable people to focus exclusively on housing construction and to leverage the expertise of Network Rail as well, I think bodes well for the future. It's going to be a powerhouse on building construction.
And can I say, it's not just surplus TfL land and Network Rail land, it's also the homes built because of the transport networks, whether it's the Elizabeth Line, the Northern Line extension. We hope to have completed soon the overground expansion to Barking Riverside, and so that's also the benefit of investing in transport.
Thank you. And that leads me actually nicely on to my next question, Mayor Khan, which was about the, if we don't get a deal, the impact of on those sorts of schemes where we're opening up other parts of London to improve connectivity. What's the impact on London as a whole?
Well, I mean, in a previous question, people commented about outer London. I mean, unless there are good public transport links, you don't get the housing. Infrastructure's got to come before the housing. And so, people talk about the Bakerloo Southern Extension. That is really exciting for the jobs, the homes that could be created there. Safeguarding has taken place, which is good. Crosstrail 2, we still haven't safeguarded the route. And so we've learnt so much from Crosstrail 1, the Elizabeth Line, in relation to what we could have done differently in relation to air rights, in relation to acquiring the increase in property prices, business rates and so forth. And it's just a shame to waste all that knowledge, that information, without more projects going forward. Look, our city is growing. The issue is planning for the growth. And so what we're trying to say to the government is actually investing in London benefits London, our capital city, but also benefits other parts of the country, homes being completed, jobs being created, but also in real time jobs being created as well around the country, which is what the Elizabeth Line did, and what the new trains on the Piccadilly line are doing, the new buses are doing, and so forth.
Thank you. My final question is, once we have hopefully got in place a deal this month and we're able to recommit to the 4,000 new homes that TfL plans to put into planning or build out, how will we be deciding who gets to live in those homes that are developed?
Well, there's two parts of that equation. We've got to involve people more in relation to the process of getting permission, getting them on side. People see the benefits of this, and then it's the allocation of the housing. And one way you get people on side in relation to a scheme is them seeing what's in it for them. First dibs on new homes and so forth. So when it comes to allocation of the homes that are built, as I said, at least half that are genuinely affordable. We work closely with councils in relation to the housing waiting lists, the sort of people who are temporary accommodation, sofa surfing, statutory homeless. So the council decides in different areas who gets those 50% of homes. Sometimes we work as partners with housing associations. The other half, if it is half, may be sold in the private, on the private market, for market value sales, and that cross subsidises often some of these schemes. Some of these schemes are joint venture schemes for obvious reasons, but we've got to make sure that that's one of the reasons why we've made sure in the London Plan, when it comes to surplus public land, at least half of those homes that are built should be genuinely affordable for people on the housing waiting list of local councils.
Thank you for that. The next question is from Assemblymember Plenary.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to you both. I'd like to direct my questions to the Mayor. I'd like to ask you about renewable energy. In 2019, we received a written answer that said that TfL, Transport for London, were only using 200 megawatt hours a year of renewable energy. Now, that's 0.01%, which is attributable to renewable sources. That's a figure that's embarrassingly low. Now, when you were challenged about this by my colleagues, you did concede and you said, you were right, we have to do much better. We don't want to wait until the mid-2020s. Well, it's mid-2022 and that figure still hasn't changed. Why has there been no progress?
There has been huge progress in relation to the first ever power purchase agreements that TfL has been working on. There's been huge progress in relation to getting fixed prices with conditions in relation to renewables. The big challenge has been what you've seen in the last 12 months in relation to what's happening on a macro level in relation to energy prices. We discussed this at yesterday's board meeting in relation to the next 12 months where we've fixed in for the next 12 months, which is good news in relation to our bills aren't going to go up. But we can't be negotiating power purchase agreements at a stage where the price in the market is so high. You'd be the first rightly to criticise us for entering into deals that are commercially not sensible at this time. So we've got to be cognizant of what's going on. That's one of the reasons, by the way, in relation to London Power, we're not encouraging new customers because the cap's gone for spring and there's a new cap in the autumn. So TfL understand completely the importance of this. They're completely signed up to this. So it's not a question of me forcing TfL to do more renewables. They get it, but we've got to recognise where the market is.
I don't doubt intention here, but what I think is missing is climate leadership, because if you miss a single one of those targets, you won't meet your net zero target for 2030. Now, already that power purchase agreement is looking at improving this by 2026 and 2027. It's getting dangerously late, isn't it?
So are you suggesting that we enter into an agreement now?
Well, I think you need to be taking more bold steps, absolutely.
So we should do it now, whatever the cost?
Well, I think it's about using your power as Mayor of London to negotiate. Well, the climate doesn't care about the cost, does it? This is about the planet. And I think ultimately we need to make sure we're making economically sensible decisions, but they need to be the right decisions for the planet.
Right. Flowery rhetoric is easy.
It's not flowery rhetoric, it's science.
You're suggesting that TfL should enter into now, whatever the cost, a power purchase agreement.
I'm suggesting, as the Mayor of London, you're not doing enough when it's 0.01% for renewable energy. Would you not agree with that?
So do you not accept there's an energy price increase of more than 54%?
Yeah, of course there's energy price increases, and we're seeing that all around the world. But also at the same time, TfL is a hugely symbolic, important part of the industry, and I think we can show leadership on that.
So the inference is TfL could force these companies to charge less than they're charging anybody else now in real time.
I appreciate you asking me for advice, but
Assembly Plenary, you're out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Assemblymember Rogers to use his time effectively now.
Mr. Mayor, on page 98 of your manifesto, you promised to deliver a strategy for the suburbs. Could you please write to me outlining the progress you've made with that to date?
I'm happy to, Chair, write to the member to give an update of the progress we're making on all of the manifesto not just page 98.
It's just going to be a very long letter.
The biggest vote received by a sitting mayor in the history of the mayoralty. I was really proud to receive the vote. The only time that vote's been beaten, in fact, Chair, was in 2016 by me.
Okay, Mr. I'll just better come into that. Say we are out of time, and you can write that letter. Okay. Look, this brings us to the end of this part. So we have now reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you to our guests for answering the questions today. The Assembly has some items of business to deal with, but the guests are welcome to leave the chamber if they so wish. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly note the answers to the questions asked? Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Okay. I would like to propose the Assembly now adjourn for 1 hour and return at 1:15 before continuing with the remaining business on the agenda. Thank you. this afternoon. We can get this done through efficiently, but we all need your cooperation for it. But in accordance with the Standing Orders 4.2a and following discussion with Assembly Party groups, I have agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes. The seconder of a motion or amendment may speak up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last up to 2 minutes. You don't have to take all your time allotments if you don't want to. The first motion is in the name of Sam Moame. So this is the second, and his motion is seconded by Assembly Member Ahmed. You will note that there has been a slight variation to the motion, but that was only a small variation, and so it's sort of an amendment. So over to Assembly Member Moame.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased to move this motion. May I start? Yeah? Okay, great. So a number of businesses remain frustrated by Brexit. More than a year from Britain's formal withdrawal from the EU, on terms agreed by Boris Johnson's government, exporting goods produced in London has not got any easier for our manufacturers and has increased their costs overall. Official figures show that the UK exports to the EU remain significantly below pre-Brexit levels, despite recovery from an initial plunge in January 2021 at the end of the transition period. Exports at that point fell 40% on the month as traders adapted to new red tape and border delays and came back last year to finish 11% down compared with 2018. That's the year used by the ONS as the most reliable comparison before Brexit stockpiling and the COVID pandemic influenced trade flows. So despite Boris Johnson claiming to have gotten Brexit done, his government now views the central plank of his deal as broken. Worse still, it's our businesses in London that are suffering as a result and face more uncertainty as a result of the government's actions. Theresa May, Special Advisor on Europe, during the first round of negotiations, said that companies could start dusting down their old no-deal Brexit plans if the situation worsens. And I want to move on to the Mayor's steps around trying to mitigate the impact of Brexit on the capital. The Mayor has stepped up and has provided London's businesses with the London Business Hub, established by our Mayor Sadiq Khan, and the London Economic Action Partnership, LEAP, as a gateway to business support in the capital. And it's offering a range of support programmes for businesses navigating changes and uncertainty as a result of Brexit. And the Brexit Business Resource Hub brings together resources from a range of partners to help with business planning, supporting people to map areas of business for potential exposure to Brexit. But London's businesses need the government to stop moving the goalposts when it comes to trading post-Brexit. They are already dealing with the impact of the cost of living crisis and stagflation. This government needs to stop playing politics with people's livelihoods and take action to support them, not make their jobs more difficult and expensive. And in the meantime, Chair, we are asking the Mayor to continue support opportunities for London's businesses to export their goods and services abroad. And I urge you all today here at the Assembly to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for moving the motion. The seconder is Assembly Member Ahmed.
I reserve my right to speak, Chair.
Thank you. Any other Assembly members who want to speak? No? Okay, in that case, we will. You can speak now, Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Whilst my colleagues across the chamber may talk about moving on from Brexit, as they have done nationally, as the party has done nationally, we cannot get away from the impact that this is having now on businesses and Londoners in the capital. It's concerning to see that in this cost of living crisis, UK in a change in Europe found that trade barriers as a result of Brexit have caused a 6% increase in food prices in the UK. We're on track to suffer the worst living standard squeeze since the 1950s. We're in a period of soaring inflation being driven by the rising price of energy, food and fuel. Inflation reached 7.8% in April, the highest rate since 1992. And this situation is expected to worsen. Inflation will peak above 10% this year and the economy will contract next year, according to the Bank of England. If businesses suffer, then people who do not have enough money to buy even the essentials such as food are also suffering. We're recovering from a pandemic, but much of the economic damage was done before March 2020 as a result of Brexit. But Boris Johnson wants to make businesses and Londoners suffer further by tearing up the Northern Ireland Protocol. Only this week, one of his former ministers, Jesse Norman, described that act as economically very damaging, politically foolhardy and almost certainly illegal. So yes, we recognise that Brexit has happened, but that does not mean we cannot recognise the strain that it's putting on Londoners and businesses now and will continue to. So I urge all members in this chamber today to vote for this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Boff.
I really wish people would move on. I'm half expecting us to have a motion at the next plenary about how we should have never enacted the Corn Laws. It's over. It's done. It's resolved. Our relationship with Europe has been set not by the government, but by the people of Britain. And if we are constantly going back and trying to challenge that, then it shows that you don't have a respect for the democratic will of this country. They have no such conversations in Norway. They have no such conversations in Switzerland. They have no such conversations in Iceland, who are outside the EU and work day by day to improve their relationship with the rest of Europe. And that's what we should be focusing on, not on trying to fight battles of the past, but looking to the future and how our future freedoms as a free, independent country can deliver on making this country an economic masterpiece, because that's what it's heading for, and also free to be able to improve the lot of the people in this country. I know what this motion's about. It's got barely any reference whatsoever to the mayor, and I would just ask you to move forward, because until you move forward, you're going to be focusing your battles you're going to be focusing your efforts on battles of the past. So, no, I'm not going to be supporting this motion.
Any other Assembly members who want to speak? Okay. When I asked the Assembly member to speak, she'll be summing up. There'll be no more speakers after that on this motion.
Okay, I would simply, to respond to Assembly Member Boff's point, the motion, and in the introduction, I did talk about how the Mayor has gone on to support those businesses in London that are struggling with some of the barriers that have arisen as a result of Brexit. As a well-known radio presenter has said, we're the only country in the world that has imposed tariffs on ourselves, and some of that is to overcome some of that. And this is really, there are people for and against on a cross-party basis, and this is really about the economic impact of our withdrawal from the European Union. And the motion seeks to make sure that we are supportive of those businesses and recognise the fact that business costs have gone up. Construction costs have gone up by up to 50%. For those people on low or fixed incomes, that when you take into account the cost of living, their costs for food, which there are issues around supply, and their real inflation is at about 15 to 16%. And this motion really seeks to recognise the fact that many, many Londoners, their costs have risen, whether they are consumers, whether they are business owners, as a result of Brexit. And I would completely challenge the fact that this motion doesn't accept that we have left. What it does do is that we need to accept reality and work with the reality that we face now, which is that we have left, but we have replaced one set of barriers with another, and we're trying to overcome those. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I'm now going to put this motion to a vote. All those in favour of the motion?
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour, Chair.
All those against the motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against, Chair. That motion.
That motion is carried. Okay, look. So let's go on to the next motion, please. The next motion is on the cost of living. Cost of living, it says emergency here. Yeah? And it's the name of Assemblymember Bukhari. So Assemblymember Bukhari, for you to move the motion.
Thank you. There is no longer a cost of living crisis. It is now the cost of living emergency. And London must declare it as the cost of living emergency. It's an emergency because nearly a third of Londoners are living in poverty. It's an emergency because 1 in 3 of London's children are living in poverty. And it's an emergency because London's pensioners will lose up to £500 from their pension and also being forced to live in poverty. Too many Londoners are being forced to choose between heating and eating, which is why Lib Dem leader Ed Davey was the first to call for the introduction of the windfall tax. And Councillor Josh Babarinde, who was the first to call and declare a cost of living emergency for Lib Dem run Eastbourne Council. Now, this is why we must do it here in London. I'm pleased to see that the Mayor of London's own research and the development of the cost of living hub has highlighted the need for action. And it's only right, considering the Londoners have been left to bear the brunt of the government's own failings through unfair tax hikes, soaring energy and fuel prices, are given the immediate support that they need. Now, I know from volunteering at the Wimbledon Food Bank that Londoners are struggling, despite working multiple jobs just to get by. Latest research from the Queen Mary University of London shows that even though we are only just approaching the summer, only 2/3 of Londoners have already got concerns about heating their homes this winter. Now, I'm really pleased to see that Assemblymember Cooper will be seconding this motion because the government have really acted with no urgency. And I hope that this Assembly does stand united in calling on the government to reduce VAT by 2.5%, reintroduce the triple lock on pensions, reverse the £20 universal credit cut, and increase benefits in line with the rate of inflation, as well as calling on the Mayor to report back monthly on how Londoners are using the online cost of living hub. And this is vital in fully understanding and addressing the difficulties facing Londoners today, and will help inform the Mayor and the government on how best to provide support. So this is an emergency. Let's make it official and declare that London has a cost of living emergency. And the London Assembly must lead the way to push for action and to make sure that the government does act now.
Thank you. Assemblymember Cooper, you can either speak now or you're the second on the motion. You can speak now or...
I think I'll formally second it now and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other Assembly members who wish to speak on this motion? Well, Assemblymember Cooper, exercise your right now.
I can see people are keen to possibly get home, Chair. Thank you very much. And I'm very pleased to second this motion. And I'd like to thank Assemblymember Bukhari for bringing this motion today. It's very similar to one that we proposed from my group in February. But it's absolutely essential that we bring this back again today because the situation is getting much, much worse. The increase in cost of living affects every single one of us, but we do know that it affects some Londoners far more than others. London has the highest rate of poverty in the UK, which is sometimes disguised. People seem to think that the streets of London are paved with gold. But it's, I'm afraid, has been ignored so far in the government's levelling up agenda, which I think is a huge mistake. Now, I'm hoping, like Assemblymember Bukhari, that all Assembly members in the room today are going to accept the need to pass this motion. Sometimes the way that people speak, it does sound as though the cost of living crisis in London is the fault of the Mayor, but clearly that is not the case. But the government's cuts to the benefits system and acceptance so far of low pay in very many professions and inaction on inflation and increasing energy costs. Now, there are some very simple changes that I would like to see implemented, and Assemblymember Bakari has mentioned one or two. We really do need to see the universal credit uplift. An extra £20 a week should come back, but it also probably needs to be uplifted in line with inflation. We need to see the benefits cap, which is really difficult for many Londoners, lifted. We need to see all benefits, not just lifted in line with inflation, so that covers pensioners as well, who I think are really struggling, many are really struggling. It would be great to see universal free school meals for primary children, and we also need to see the national minimum wage raised to the same level as the London living wage. Now, I'm hoping that all of us are going to be supporting this. We all need to be lobbying the government on behalf of Londoners. Nearly half of Londoners now struggling to make ends meet is just appalling. Only yesterday, the Mayor's most recent analysis showed that hundreds of thousands of Londoners are being left behind. He's doing all that he can. I really hope that we can start to take this forward. I believe we're going to set up some sort of investigatory working party to look into it in detail. I urge everyone to vote for this motion. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other Assembly members who want to speak before I ask Assemblymember Bakari to sum up? Over to you, Assemblymember Bakari.
I'll just be very grateful if the whole of the Assembly members here present do support this. It's a terrible state of affairs that we have to even call this an emergency, but we do have to do that, and London must lead the way here. And with our support, the London Assembly support and the Mayor's support, we can make that difference. And it's up to us to lead the way here. We all have a right and a duty to do that. So thank you very much for anyone who will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask for a vote to be taken. All those in favour of the motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 15 in favour, Chair.
Thank you. And all those against the motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, Chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. The motion is carried. The next motion is on stop deportation of refugees to Rwanda, and Assemblymember Polensky will move the motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to begin by thanking Assemblymember Sheikh for seconding the motion. It's always good to have cross-party motions. Now, there's lots to criticise the government for in this chamber and their litany of faults, but I can genuinely think of very little more callous, inhumane, and almost a performative cruelty to the way that they treat refugees. And remembering that refugees are people, they're in dire circumstances, and they're the exact people that we should be offering generosity and the hand of friendship to. And this has been consistent with this government. In fact, the hostile environment reaches its 10-year anniversary last month. And we've seen the effects of that, whether it's on the Windrush generation, the no recourse to public funds, the forced deportations. There is a long list of how people have been treated that is totally and utterly unacceptable. And it's important that this body sends a clear message to the government that we will not tolerate that. Now, lots of migrant justice organisations have come together to condemn the offshoring of refugees to Rwanda, whether that be Praxis, Migrants Organise, Fences Without Borders, the Refugee Council. There is a long list because that is how dire these plans are. And we know that Rwanda's human rights record is often abysmal. In fact, this country sometimes takes refugees from Rwanda to give them protection from persecution, particularly the LGBT community, where it is no easy place to be outwardly LGBT. Now, at this juncture, there is estimated to be over 100 million refugees globally. And this is only likely to get worse, not least because of the climate crisis. So we need to change the conversation in this country about the treatment of refugees and about how they're viewed both in the media and how we discuss them. We should be extending hospitality, not hostility, to people fleeing war, persecution, famine. We should be giving onshoring homes, not offshoring them over 4,500 miles away when they've already given so much. And more than anything, we should be embracing, not expelling people who have so much to give. Please vote for this motion.
Thank you. The seconder for the motion is Assemblymember Sheikh.
Chair, I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I have Assemblymember Bukhari who's indicated that she wishes to speak, so over to Assemblymember Bukhari.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank Assembly Polanski for bringing forward this very important motion. I'm passionate about this too. So I was so concerned to see the government's divisive and illiberal Nationality and Borders Bill receive royal assent this year, concerned that this bill will grant a blank check to the racist and xenophobic attitudes that have already been brought to light over the years. Now, the new law treats people who are already suffering with more suffering and humiliation. And it's grotesque, it's inhumane, and it just simply isn't London. Under these new laws, even our own beloved Paddington would be kicked out. And we all love Paddington. So last month, in the House of Lords, the majority of Conservative MPs did vote for the government's plan to send asylum seekers back to Rwanda for offshore processing. MPs who have also helped pass the divisive Nationality and Borders Bill, which will give rise to such cruel policies. And next week, the government is set to deport 15 Syrian refugees to Rwanda. Refugees who fled war, violence, famine, persecution, and they chose the United Kingdom and London as a place of refuge. Now, while the government continues to fan the flames of racism and isolationist politics, it's up to the London Assembly to speak with one united voice that we can and we are better than this. London has a proud history of welcoming those fleeing persecution and with open arms and providing sanctuary to those who need it. This is my London, your London. I live in the London that is open, and I know that we all believe that. Please support this motion.
Thank you. I now have Assemblymember Hall.
Thank you. Well, I'm afraid you won't get a united response to this. However, on this side, it is a free vote. We all have different views, and I think that's right and proper. I most certainly wouldn't whip my members to go in any direction they didn't want to go in, whilst I know others do from time to time. I would like to say, and I genuinely think this, I think the Rwandan plan is a good one. We have got to stop those illegal traffickers. We have to do something. And all I ever hear is, oh no, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do anything. Well, actually, something has got to be done. And the day somebody comes up with a proper alternative, then perhaps we could listen to that. But all I ever hear from other parties is, let's spend lots of money on this, let's spend lots of money on that. There's no magic money tree. And I hear the same sort of attitude towards dealing with these issues as, oh no, you can't do that, you can't do anything else. But nobody comes up with proper alternatives. These illegal traffickers cause very many people to die, probably far more than we will ever know. Something has to be done to deter them from doing that. And I do believe genuinely that this is something that may deter them from doing that. So this is a whole discussion that could be had, and I'd be happy to have it, but we do not have the time now. But I absolutely support the Rwandan plan. I think it's something that could work. And I do believe that actually around this table, everybody wants something to work, surely, because people are getting killed in the sea. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to ask now Assemblymember Boff to speak next.
I think what's not helpful in this debate is to accuse other people of racism because they have fundamental concerns at a time of economic pressure about what additional economic pressures are taking place, are going to be landed on this country. And what we have to do is reassure people about the value that asylum seekers bring to this country. I remember a long time ago sitting next to a gentleman, and it was a meeting of asylum seekers. And I said, "Where are you from?" He said, "I'm from Zimbabwe." And how long have you been seeking asylum? And in his case, it was over a year of trying to get regularised. And I said, "Well, what do you do? What was your job?" Well, he was a doctor. He was a doctor. And the rules of asylum are such that you can't work here if you are an asylum seeker. You can't contribute. You can't improve your communities because you're not allowed to. This is the kind of advantage we're throwing away by not allowing asylum seekers to come here. And I have heard this alternative before, and respectfully I'd say there is an alternative for those people who are concerned about trafficking. And some of you members may know that I wrote a rather extensive report many years ago about trafficking into London. And there is a way. Just allow asylum seekers to buy a Eurostar ticket. That would do it. That would, overnight, it would solve the problem of people embarking on a dangerous journey across the Channel. And finally, I just wanted to say one thing. A lot of people say that the asylum seekers are coming here for the benefits that they get out of the United Kingdom. If they'd have done that, they'd have stayed in France, or they stayed in Germany, or even better, they would have gone to Spain. All those countries pay more for asylum seekers than this country does. So I will be supporting this motion because I think that the story is not yet told of how asylum seekers have contributed to this country, not taken away.
Thank you for that. I'm going to ask the Assembly Member Sheikh now to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Uplifting asylum seekers and the value they bring to this country is not mutually exclusive to demonstrating the racist nature of this bill, nor is this bill attempting to stop illegal traffickers or indeed alleviate any economic pressures, as is demonstrated by many of the criticisms of this bill. It will probably cost this country a lot more. This is an ideological attempt, quite frankly, by this government. This bill is designed to dehumanise the most vulnerable in our society. That's the start and end of it. I want to thank Assemblymember Polanski for bringing this motion and Assemblymember Sahota for bringing the previous one. Just 4 months after we've already condemned this bill on the Assembly, we're already discussing the disgraceful realities of this new law. This government plans to send vulnerable people to Rwanda to have their asylum processed as if they're cargo boxes, not human beings. We've already heard accusations from the Home Office attempting to deport unaccompanied 16-year-olds to Rwanda in the first wave of asylum seekers to be sent later this month. And the Refugee Council and the British Red Cross have expressed concerns over the mental health of asylum seekers due to this Rwandan policy. What message is this government trying to send asylum seekers, I ask you? That under this government, Britain is cruel? No wonder MPs tried to oust Boris this week with a vote of no confidence. He's disgraceful. This man is all show, no substance and no consistency. Sympathy for as long as the cameras are rolling, because we've seen on one hand the Prime Minister talks about supporting refugees from Ukraine, which we wholeheartedly endorse. Then on the other hand, deports children who have escaped and made the treacherous journey across the Channel. This law takes the hostile environment to a whole new level. Even UN officials have come out and said it would violate the International Refugee Convention. It's totally dysfunctional. So if you're looking for solutions, this is not it. Now, this government has been creeping towards authoritarianism. I think that's been loud and clear for a while. And this bill puts that squarely in the frame, cutting down on protests. And just this week, the Planning Committee heard from the Gypsy Roma traveller community, who said that racism that they face starts from the top. And this bill is about embedding that in law. There is not even a proper process for identifying people who have been trafficked or tortured. So I come back to the point that this bill is absolutely not designed to do that. This bill is designed to embed and ingrain racism in law, and we must stand up and reject it.
Thank you. Are there any other Assembly members who want to come in at this stage? Okay. In that case, I'm going to ask Member Polanski to sum up, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for everyone for the debate. I think I want to start by reflecting on what Assemblymember Boff said, and I want to thank you for your heartfelt speech. I know this is something that you've campaigned on in the past. Now, you mentioned about the word racism in the chamber, and I do reflect on that. as a politician since I've been elected and beforehand, I think, like many people in this chamber, I want to be careful with my words. You need to be considered and you need to be reflective and not use hyperbole or throw accusations around. And I'm not calling anyone in the chamber a racist. However, when we talk about racist policy, we need to look at the difference between how the Ukrainian refugees have been treated and other refugees. Now, I say this as someone who has ancestry in Ukraine, refugees of Ukrainian Jews. But we've seen how the British public, encouraged by the government, have thrown open their arms and thrown open their rooms and their houses to Ukrainian refugees. And that's brilliant. I'm not taking away from that, nor trying to pit people against each other. But it is a stark contrast to how this government talks about people who aren't white. And if that is not racist, then I don't know what the meaning of the word is. And I think that needs to be called out every single time. To Assemblymember Hall, to your point about money and about the magic money tree, I think it was Labour MP Chris Bryant who said economically it would make more sense to put refugees in the Ritz than to send them to Rwanda. In fact, it's going to cost the UK government $158 million, which is 30 grand per refugee. So I think the humanitarian arguments are strong enough, and those are the ones I'd like to focus on. But if we want to have this debate on an economic basis, it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever at all to send refugees to Rwanda. So the only thing you can wonder is why Boris Johnson, when he's struggling in the polls and dying to appeal to a right-wing fixture of his government, he would start to create policy that can be described as nothing but racist and far right. And I think that needs to be condemned. Finally, I just want to say that there is an easy answer here to not having illegal traffickers. No one wants illegal traffickers. We need safe routes, and it's as simple as that. And I think Assemblymember Both alluded to that quite clearly. So I'll leave it there and encourage you to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Great. Now, next is a vote on the motion. All those in favour of the motion?
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against?
That is 2 votes against, Chair.
All those abstaining?
2 abstaining, Chair.
Okay. The motion is carried. Okay, the next motion is on conversion therapy ban motion, and is in the name of Assemblymember Russell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assemblymember Best, for seconding this motion. And I do hope that my Assembly colleagues will welcome this important motion today. Last autumn, when the government started consulting on banning conversion therapy, Minister for Women and Equalities, Liz Truss, described the UK as, and I quote, a global leader on LGBT rights committed to banning the coercive and abhorrent practice of conversion therapy. And I'm sure we all agree with her. She went on to say, and I quote, we want every individual to have the freedom to be themselves, and proposals have been developed with the protection of LGBT people in mind. Fast forward to the recent Queen's speech, which included the line, legislation will also be introduced to ban conversion therapy. So far, so good. But in the background briefing notes behind the Queen's speech, the purpose of the bill was described simply just to ban conversion therapy practices intended to change sexual orientation. This would protect lesbian, gay and bisexual people from conversion therapy, but would leave trans people out. This motion is about ensuring that trans people are not robbed of vital protections. The shameful practice of conversion therapy is a form of mental abuse and is part of a long list of abuses that trans people often face in many areas of their public and private lives. Protecting trans lives should not be a political football. It is a question of basic human rights and decency. The Assembly Health Committee's recent report, Trans Health Matters, laid bare the health inequalities and discrimination that trans and gender diverse people face when accessing healthcare in London. All Londoners should feel safe, and trans Londoners are no exception. I hope today, as an Assembly, we will speak with one voice and stand with our trans and gender diverse friends, colleagues and neighbours in rejecting the despicable practice of conversion therapy and calling for trans people to be included in the protection offered by the government's conversion therapy ban. I hope you will all vote to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Best to second the motion.
Thanks. I'll formally second and reserve my right, Chair.
I'm sorry, I'm a repeat offender.
You are. I call upon Assemblymember Bukhari to speak on the motion.
Thank you. Conversion therapy is an outdated and deeply harmful practice which has no place in our society. The Liberal Democrat group welcomes and supports this important motion. Both Assembly Member Pigeon and I are deeply committed to equality, which includes ensuring conversion therapy is banned for all members of the LGBTQ+ community. By breaking their promise to ban conversion therapy completely, the Conservatives are letting down the whole LGBTQ+ community. They need to ban conversion therapy in full, as they pledged to, and the Liberal Democrats will continue to push for this. Far too many trans people do not have their right and dignity respected, preventing them from living freely and fulfilling their potential, experiencing high levels of discrimination, harassment and hate crime. This is wrong. And then we have our government excluding trans people from their promised conversion therapy ban. We must show our support for trans Londoners, and it would be both powerful and significant if this Assembly were to speak with a united voice on this important issue. And I hope all our colleagues will vote for this motion today.
Thank you. I call upon Assemblymember Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very grateful to Assemblymember Russell and Assemblymember Best for proposing this motion. I'm really disappointed that we are actually having to discuss this hideous and abusive practice, which anybody being subjected to it, but it should be removed from the agenda for trans people as well as everybody else. I think if heterosexual people who are committed heterosexuals as opposed to bisexual actually thought about what this might mean, the idea of them being subjected to conversion therapy, I think everybody would understand how utterly ridiculous and abhorrent this is. Because this is not a therapy, this is actually abuse. Conversion so-called therapies harm those that they're subject to, and they have a terrible impact on people's mental health. It's absolutely inexcusable, I have to say, that the government have not yet rowed back on excluding trans people from the ban. It has to include everybody. It can't just be some people. And in fact, actually, trans people might even be at the front of some horrible queue, who are more likely, in fact, to be forced to undergo or indeed been offered conversion therapy. Bans that include trans people have been implemented around the world in other countries, so it is definitely possible to be done despite any legislative complexity. It's unsurprising, unfortunately, to see that the UK has dropped from 10th to 14th place in the annual LGBT Intersex Association Europe Rainbow Map and Index. The government really must also reform the Gender Recognition Act. And so the recent exclusion of trans and non-binary people from the long-awaited ban on so-called conversion therapy, we are being left behind, and the government really must step up and has got to move forward. The government has an opportunity to do the right thing. It has done some other U-turns occasionally. They must ensure that the ban on so-called conversion therapy includes trans and non-binary people, because without it, it doesn't really constitute a proper ban on this so-called therapy. Trans people must have exactly the same rights as everyone else, so the Labour Group will definitely be supporting this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Assembly member wants to speak? Assembly member Boff?
I've been undergoing conversion therapy for 64 years and it doesn't work. It doesn't work, and that's fundamentally what the argument is about.
Exactly.
For the same reason that we ban quack cures for cancer, we have to protect the public against them. We should be banning conversion therapy. It doesn't work, and all it does is adds to the stress of people coming to terms with them, their identity, and we must respect that those people need to find their own way in life, not be told by the state who they are. They know who they are, and we should respect it. Thank you.
Assemblymember Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really disappointed with the government's U-turn on this issue, because I think they've made a massive misjudgment of both the platform on which they were elected and public opinion, listening to some loud but very minority voices. If we go back to 2018, the Conservative government had just released the LGBT Action Plan, which whatever side you sit on this chamber, you have to acknowledge was world-leading and world-renowned in the actions that it put forward. That was the platform on which this government was elected. And now we look at the public opinion on banning conversion therapy on full. 68% of the public back that. That is the platform on which this government stands. And it's not too late to go back to that original platform and put through a conversion therapy ban in full, which is what the public expects and wants to see. Now, Assemblymember Cooper suggested that it was perhaps trans people that were in more need of protection from this practice, and that's absolutely correct. It's 15% of trans people that have been offered conversion therapy, and often the most torturous of conversion therapy is enacted on trans people. So it is absolutely key that we see them protected from this as well. Now, I know some people have been brought in by some red herring arguments on how this will affect healthcare professionals trying to assist people in finding their true selves. That is absolutely untrue. There's a current ban in about 20 countries, in the American states, in Brazil, Germany, and across the world this is working, and there's not one single case of a healthcare professional working legitimately being taken to court or criminally charged. And I've asked and I've contested every time someone has brought this argument to me, show me that and I will listen, because nobody wants to see healthcare professionals trying to do a job brought under duress by this. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people having the gay prayed away from them. We're talking about people being asked to starve themselves. We're talking about rape. This is what we're talking about when we talk about banning conversion therapy, and people need to be honest about that, what that is. If you want to have another argument about healthcare and what's happening, we can do that on another day, but that is not what this ban on conversion therapy is. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers before I call on Assemblymember Russell to sum up, please?
Thank you, Chair. And I think it's very clear from the speeches that have been made that that people know who they are and we should believe them. I'm really very moved to hear both Assemblymember Best and Assemblymember Boff speak so clearly and directly to their government. And I do hope that government ministers will listen to those particular voices, those Conservative voices who are saying that the government's current plans for the conversion therapy ban are an utter mistake. I just hope that we can together today be united in saying trans rights are human rights and voting to in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favour of the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I think it's unanimous.
Unanimous, Chair.
This motion is passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next motion is on tube noise. and is to be moved by Assemblymember Devenish.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I do feel it's a bit Groundhog Day because we've done this before. I'd like to thank AM Moema for seconding this, and we are all united on this issue. It's very simple. Residents and passengers across London can't have this level of vibration and noise. And we pregnant women who have been begging TfL to sort this problem for years and years, and we need to do more. I thank the Commissioner for what he said this morning. He's going to meet with us again, but we actually don't need a meeting. We need solutions at that meeting. And I know we will be united in pressing this case, because sometimes people write to councillors, sometimes to MPs, sometimes to us, sometimes to TfL. We don't have a clear record of how many people at any one time are complaining about these issues, and clearly some of our residents just give up or move on. But the reality is this is a really serious problem. And I've said this before, this is my biggest personal failure on this Assembly in 6 years, that combined with colleagues here, we have not sorted this. It is getting worse again. Literally anybody going on the Jubilee line now. I was with Susan the other day, and it was like a joke. We couldn't literally hear ourselves talk. It was so loud. Now, commuters, that's bad for commuters, but for residents who actually have to live there, where the tube is now running for, what, 16, 18 hours a day, enough is enough. And I hope the Mayor will work with the Assembly and the Commissioner to sort this out.
The Assembly Member Moeme, to second the motion. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. The extreme noise experienced travelling on some tube trains, like the Victoria line, where people are literally putting their hands over their ears to protect themselves from the acute screeching noises, is a serious public health issue. So we need to make sure that people's hearing is not put at risk when riding the tube. And for people living above some lines, the noise harm is constant. Constituents in Islington, where I'm a councillor, tell me they are driven to distraction by extreme noise that tantalisingly is reduced briefly by rail grinding, only to return a few months later to once again blight the residents' daily life and sleep. Working from home during the pandemic has only worsened this, as people have had no escape. The Elizabeth line, as we heard this morning, was designed specifically to avoid noise for people at the surface and people travelling on the tube. TfL must now do everything possible to understand what is causing the tube noise and reduce it, along with the health harm caused by running trains under London. The Green Group will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. It feels like a very long time ago, March 2017, that's more than 5 years, when I asked Londoners who were suffering from tube noise across London to come into a meeting of the Environment Committee, at which obviously Assemblymember Russell was present. I'm not sure anyone else in the room was there. Assemblymember Bailey has just waved at me, apologies. And we heard from TfL. And one of the things that we put to TfL was, would you benchmark what you're doing against the WHO, the World Health Organization, guidelines on noise, so that those people who are living with much higher levels of noise would receive engineering support targeted to particular areas? Because it's in my constituency, it's in a number of other people's constituencies. Assemblymember Emma will be able to talk eloquently. We've the same Assemblymember Clark, we've just heard from Assemblymember Russell, and Assemblymember Devenish, particularly the Northern Line and the Victoria Line. Assemblymember Desai is now waving at me as well, because I know it affects people. We know where the hotspots are. This is not rocket science. This is something that can be fixed. And at the moment, we've been having one of the devices they've used, the Pandrol Vanguards, are being taken out on parts of the Northern Line. And I think you've all been receiving some of the correspondence that I'm getting from some of my constituents who've been writing to every single Assembly member. We ended that meeting, and I don't often quote from myself, where I was saying, from today's session, I am taking it that there is still an issue with tube noise. That was more than 5 years ago. And the way in which TfL is responding to Assembly members who are picking up these issues is not good enough. As you go through these processes, particularly in relation to London Underground, of identifying what the problems are, after you've received the initial complaints and looking in detail at the level of decibels, we need to see a real improvement in terms of the customer contact as well. We need better responses to us. We need better responses to the customer. Thank you very much to Assembly Member Devenish for bringing this back yet again. It's more than 5 years. We cannot let this go on. It has been going on for too long, and people's lives are insupportable. Thank you. And we will be supporting the motion, obviously.
Can I call upon Assembly Member Hirani, please?
Thank you, Chair, and happily I'll support this motion as well. One of the first site visits I conducted post-election as the Assembly Member for Brenton Harrow was around the Kingsbury Curve area. And when you sit on the train and you hear the noises, it passes, and at that point you can't even hear what's in. If you use headphones on the train, you can't hear what you're listening to. So imagine what it must be like for people who live at one of these hotspots where the noise actually takes place. And the decibel levels, people can't sit in their own gardens and have to pause conversations when they are speaking to people on the phone or with each other in person at these hotspots. I recognise there has been some progress. I know in one location in my area, in Harrow on the Hill, there has been approved funds for echo barriers to be installed, but TfL are struggling to get the materials to actually get them installed so that they can start making a difference. But I actually accept the motion, and it's great to see us coming round this issue, and we do want to see TfL, the Mayor and the new Deputy Mayor redouble their efforts alongside the Commissioner to make sure that we do as much as we can to alleviate that pain from residents.
Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, can I commend Assembly Member Devenish for consistently raising this issue since I've been in this Assembly over the last 5 years. One of the Assembly Member Hirani talked about hotspots, and I've been to one of those hotspots, a flat on the Barbican estate, and noise coming from the area in and around the Barbican station. And Mark Field, the then MP, and Deputy Mayor, the then Deputy Mayor Heidi Alexander, and Councillor Mary Durkan, who I pay tribute to for the work she's done consistently on the City of London Corporation around this issue, were there as well. And you could hear in this flat the Metropolitan and Circle lines trains rumbling by, the crockery shaking. I mean, it was horrible. And this was actually, not during peak hours as well. They literally just can't go to sleep until midnight. The first train started running just around after 5. And that brought to me the severity of this issue. That's not to say the Deputy Mayor didn't care about it. There's been ongoing discussions, numerous working parties. The City of London Corporation has got a working party on this issue. I've been told the engineering problems, but really something has got to be done. The issue has been rumbling on, excuse the pun, for the last 5 years since I've been in this chamber, and that's why I support this motion. Thank you.
Any other contributions? No. Assembly Member Moemi.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm really pleased to be supporting this motion, and thank you for bringing it. This was actually one of the first things my predecessor, former Assembly Member Arnold, she left me a stack of things to do and continue, and this was definitely in the top 3. So I'm really pleased to be here to be talking about this, and I suppose other people, especially those who are returning members, have talked fairly eloquently about the experiences that their own constituents have had. And one of the first things I did when I was elected was to visit residents in Islington, invited myself in for a cup of tea, and we sat in the kitchen, and a very large house was nevertheless still vibrating, and there is nothing worse than not being able to sleep. It is almost a form of very unique torture. And we also visited a young woman who lived in that particular neighbourhood, who had a small child. They had had to reconfigure the whole house. They were in a very lucky position to be able to fund that kind of reconfiguration. My concern also extends to those people in that neighbourhood and in other areas who are, for example, social housing residents who have a slightly different landlord relationship to the owner of their buildings and are still sat on top of those hotspots. So in addition to the points that Assembly Member Devenish has put into the motion, One of the things that I would like to see, and that we on this side have asked of TfL, is to, and based on the feedback from residents, it should be said, is to ask TfL to specifically make it much easier for those residents who live in those areas to be able to complain in the same way that a TfL customer can do so. And I've said in private, and I'm happy to say here on the record, I cannot believe it's beyond the wit of man to add an extra drop down on that menu so that those residents can actually complain, so that for those who live in tenanted accommodation are able to make those complaints without having concerns about what their landlord may or may not say. In the case of social tenants, and for those people who are private owner-occupiers, they're able to just log those reports so that TfL can more proactively collect that information. In the short time that I've been here, I'm concerned that it's very much reliant on people coming forward and taking the time and effectively becoming engineers themselves to make TfL aware of the problem. And I think that one other thing I would say is, I know, just really quickly, I think it's really important to really put this in the context of the TfL funding situation. In my stretch of the Victoria line, the cost would be in the region of about £9 million to correct those issues. The residents there are very realistic. So I do think I wholeheartedly support this, but I think in going forward, TfL does need to factor these works, which are essential to Londoners, as part of their ongoing costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Assembly members who want to contribute? In that case, I'll ask Assembly Member Devenish to sum up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all colleagues for their very important contributions. All I would say is I'm looking forward to the meeting with the Commissioner and the Deputy Mayor, and I hope as many of you can come to that meeting. And if we don't get anywhere, I'm going to send Jeanette Arnold to sit in Sadiq Khan's office. Thank you.
All those in favour of the motion? I think this is passed unanimously.
Unanimous, Chair.
The next motion is on missing children, and this is the name of Assembly Member Bailey to move.
Thank you, Chair. I think the motion speaks for itself. Last year, over 22,000 children went missing in London. This has been a perennial problem in London, a large amount of children that go missing every year. Now, I know the situation isn't simple. There's a number of children, because of our great international links, we're in and out of the country all of the time. There's children in care who go missing temporarily and have to be reported immediately because of the state's duty of care, and then come back are found very quickly. The police often find them very quickly, or the centre that is looking after those children. There's a number of children, though, that went missing in the pandemic from school, some who still have not returned. This 22,000 figure, although built on a very complex mosaic of situations, is not being looked at properly. The figures that we keep in London are very incomplete. We're not even looking for those figures. So I'm asking the Mayor and MOPAC to come up with a plan to collect the correct data. It is very important, because hidden within that 22,000 figure is a huge amount of abuse that we are unable to address because we just don't know where those children are. The constituency members here, I task you with going back and speaking, particularly at secondary school age, to the schools in your patch and asking them just how many of the children went missing over the pandemic that still haven't returned. Ask them if they know where those children are. Ask them if anybody knows who those children are. I can tell you right now, as a governor of a school, there's a large amount of children missing in London, and we simply don't know why or where they are. I'll ask the members who are particularly focused on crime, how many children are going missing through county lines? Sometimes it's temporary. Sometimes it's for a protracted length of time. Sometimes we never see them again. Thankfully, that is very rare, but that number is also growing, and we need to do the work. So for me, this isn't a party political piece. It's about being Mayor of London. If the Mayor does not stand for these children, they do not stand a chance. So I'm asking the Mayor and MOPAC to do 3 specific things. 1 is to build a better, more active data set so that it can be interrogated and we can support and find these children. 2 is to develop a Vision Zero model for London. MOPAC has enough funding and also should be working with the government to generate more funding to make this piece of work happen. And 3 is to keep an eye on it, 22,000 is too many, and I'm horribly informed that the next time we take these figures, it will be larger. The trend is upward, and I'm asking the Mayor to make sure the trend is downward, because we're prosecuting these cases properly. We're looking for the children who are missing in London. Thank you.
Thank you. And I ask Assemblymember Hall to second the motion.
I'll second and reserve my position to speak.
I know that Assemblymember Pigeon wishes to contribute.
Lovely, thank you very much. I really welcome this motion before us today and thank Assembly Members Bailey and Hall for tabling it. I've been raising concerns over the number of children that go missing from care in London and outside of London for years. And actually I released a report back in 2014 looking at this very issue, which had 6 very clear recommendations, including some around better data sharing, as has been mentioned already today. Yet this problem is worse than ever, and we need to see more joined-up work from the boroughs, the Mayor, the police and central government to tackle this. And I really do think the Mayor could take an important role here in pushing and coordinating some of the work, particularly from that policing angle. But as always, government support will be essential too. In September 2020, the Children's Commissioner released a report slamming the way in which young people in semi-independent accommodation are handled. Much semi-independent accommodation for young people in the care system is not being regulated and leaving young and vulnerable individuals open to all sorts of exploitation, which then can lead to them going missing. And this is particularly worrying given the huge number of children who go into out-of-area semi-independent placements miles from their corporate parent and seemingly forgotten. And we will have heard on the news this morning as well a damning report about some children's homes as well. So I agree with the ambition to see no children go missing in London, and it's a target we must strive to achieve. With over 22,000 children going missing a year, this is an issue that does need urgent attention, proper resourcing, better data and information sharing, and a clear strategy for reducing this number. It should be a priority for this Mayor, for the boroughs and the government. And I hope all members will join Assembly Member Bakari and I in supporting this important motion today.
Great. Thank you. And can I call upon Assembly Member Desai?
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Assembly Member Bailey for bringing forward this motion on such an important issue. The Labour Group agree with the aim of seeking a Vision Zero strategy for missing children. We may not practically be able to reach zero, but we can strive for as few missing children as possible and recognise there is learning and prevention which can take place from every missing child case. We also agree that government funding for further work on missing children should be explored. I would say the data is already collected on the age, ethnicity and gender, so we're happy to reaffirm our support for that practice as well. I want to recognise that the Met has been improving its practice on missing children. In 2016, HMIC advised the Met to put an action plan in place to ensure it improved its practices on missing children. In 2021, the Inspectorate noted that the initial categorization for children reported as missing has improved, and all children are now getting a police response, irrespective of their background and circumstances. That is clearly how the police should be operating. But more needs to be done. The Inspectorate found the level of investigative response doesn't always match the identified level of risk, and that the force needs to use a greater number of trigger plans to help find missing children. I know that the Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime is continuing to drive progress on this through child protection oversight meetings, and I thank her for her work and championing reform on this vital topic. Again, I welcome the Assembly Police and Crime Committee know that they will be looking at this topic in more detail in the coming year. This is important scrutiny work we can undertake to make sure further progress is made. To reiterate, I welcome this motion on behalf of the Labour Group. This motion sets out how we can come up with such a strategy, and also that we need to seek funding opportunities from the government to further improve that work. Thank you.
Assemblymember Hall.
Thank you. I'll be very brief because it's quite clear we all understand that we must look after the most vulnerable children, and the problem here is that we don't know how many of these children have gone missing, why they've gone missing. Very many are found very quickly, but it's the other ones that fall through the cracks that we really do have to look at. As Assembly Member Desai has just said, we intend to look at this in the Police and Crime Committee going forward, but I'm pleased to see that obviously all of you are going to support this, and I thank you for that.
Any other contributions? No? Okay, I'll ask Assemblymember Bailey to sum up, please.
Let me first start by saying thank you for the contribution for Assemblymember Pigeon and Assemblymember Desai. Very important contributions, and I take on all of what you said. I want to start by saying as well that I will look at your report and hopefully we'll be able to use that as the basis for what we ask MOPAC, etc., to build on, because that historical look will be very important going forward. And you are correct, Assemblymember Desai. Some progress has been made by the police, and I think we need to be in a position to help them make more and more progress. But the fact still remains, London is the capital of missing children in Europe, in many places, almost in the world. We need to do something about it. And it's linked to very, very, very poor outcomes for children as victims of crime. That alone means we should be looking at it. And I think it sends a very strong message when the London Assembly says to the Mayor, and the Mayor says to the government, and the government says to everybody, our first concern is the welfare for our children in London. So I appreciate your support, and I hope that all Assembly members feel like they can support this motion. Thank you.
So we now go on to the vote. All those members in favour of the motion? I see this is unanimous. Great. We next go to the next motion, which is in the name of, well, it's on the LGBT plus domestic abuse in London, and it's the name of Assemblymember Rogers. So over to you to propose the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Domestic abuse amongst London's LGBT plus community is a serious and growing problem. And over the last few years, it's risen by over 30%. And that's against a backdrop of severe underreporting and, particularly among gay men, a lack of awareness of what abusive behaviours look like. The issue is underrepresented and is often missed out in wider discussions on domestic abuse in London. I researched the issue for my report, Full Disclosure, Taking Action Against Domestic Abuse in London's LGBT plus community. And I found that there is an awful lot of good work that is going on, but there's a huge amount more that needs to be done, and that a lot of the organisations working in this sector are really up against severe funding and capacity constraints. The asks in this motion come from the recommendations in my report. They speak to the need to increase reporting of domestic abuse in London's LGBT plus community, the need to increase awareness of what abusive behaviours actually are, the need to prevent domestic abuse from happening in the first place, and how to better address it when it does happen. It's not a party political motion. We very much recognise that the Mayor and MOPAC have done a lot of work, but we want more and faster progress. The London Assembly is indeed, as our Chair says, the voice of London. So let's use that voice to speak as one in support of some of London's most vulnerable residents. The recommendations in the motion, I hope, speak for themselves, and I hope that members will support this motion.
Great, thank you. Can I have Assemblymember Polensky to second the motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assemblymember Rogers, for asking me to second, and also a personal thank you for the occasions you've reached out to me to work together on LGBT issues. I think it's really important. As we've heard, this motion is absolutely crucial. We need to protect LGBT Londoners, and how can we do that if we don't know the extent of the problem, if we don't have the data? Now, we know that domestic violence across all sections of society does go underreported, and we know from LGBT community research in our community, it goes underreported about 60 to 80% of the time. So it's a huge problem we're dealing with here. And as well as that, my colleague Assemblymember Russell asked the Mayor about the data, and it looks like domestic violence on a very broad scale is going up as well. So you can see how things are converging here, and there's a clear problem that needs to be resolved. Protection against violence is a protection that all Londoners should experience from our police force. It's as simple as that. And right now we are letting the LGBT community down, and we need to be making sure we're protecting them. As Assemblymember Rogers says, this isn't a party political motion. It's really just looking to make sure that we're protecting those Londoners. And crucially, it's about practical support, not just to prevent domestic violence, but also to support those people who have been victims to it. So please do support the motion.
Great, thank you. Can I ask Assemblymember Desai to speak on the motion?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Chair. Can I start off by thanking Assemblymember Rogers for bringing this motion before the Assembly today. Domestic abuse in any context is an awful crime that leaves psychological, emotional, and physical harm. And we need to support victims by removing the barriers that may stop them feeling able to leave their abuser We need to empower them to make the best decision for them and hold the abuser accountable for their behavior. This motion rightly recognizes the work that the Mayor has undertaken on this issue. And the Mayor's domestic abuse safe accommodation strategy is already investing in ongoing safe accommodation for LGBT plus victims of domestic abuse. But we agree with the spirit of this motion. We could go further, we must go further to provide specialist services to support LGBT plus victims of domestic abuse and provide more specialist programs aimed at tackling LGBT plus perpetrators. Can I just mention the work done by a group called Mankind Initiative, who I've done some work with, a leading UK charity supporting male victims of domestic abuse and others that help them too, a voice for 3 million men who have or have been victims. And their pin tweet actually does say that their helplines rely solely on public funding. We are taking more calls than ever. Donations are down. We are planning to well, I won't do the rest of it out. I'm committed for time. So let me conclude by saying that I look forward to the Assembly coming together at another time to make the call for a fair funding settlement from the government that will help us to deliver some of these much-needed specialist programs.
Any other Assembly members want to contribute? No? Okay, in that case, may I ask Assembly Member Rogers to sum up?
Thank you, Assemblymember Desai. And I think the problems that the Mankind Initiative are facing just shows why this motion is needed. And I hope that if we pass this motion, I hope unanimously, that the Mayor will throw himself behind the recommendations in the motion and really address this urgent issue for Londoners. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I take a vote on this motion, please? All those in favour of the motion? I believe it's unanimous. Thank you. The next motion is on Greater London ULEZ expansion, and this is the name of Assembly Member Rogers again.
Thank you, Chair. Expanding the ultra-low emission zone to the whole of Greater London is the wrong policy at the wrong time. It is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of Outer London. It will hammer those who can least afford it, and it is the wrong approach to improving air quality in London. Car ownership is significantly higher in Outer London than in Inner London. As some examples, 77% in Sutton versus 32% in Islington. In Outer London, distances are greater, transport options are fewer. In Feltham, in my constituency, for example, we have a significant number of residents who work shifts in the aviation industry. And often the public transport options to get you to work for an 04:30 start simply aren't there. And as a lifelong shift worker, I know wherever I speak. How else are these Londoners expected to move around and live their lives? Poor air quality unquestionably has an impact on public health, but so too does financial hardship. And this morning, my colleague, Assemblymember Garrett, highlighted ONS statistics showing that a significant proportion of London households on lower incomes own vehicles. And if that vehicle is driven every day, which is quite likely if one household is sharing a vehicle, that's an annual bill of over £4,500, which is hugely significant if we're talking about household incomes over under 30,000. Businesses will be impacted as well. Recently, I spoke with a florist in my constituency who has been affected by the expansion of ULEZ to the north and south circulars. He has a small fleet of vans. He cannot afford to replace them, and now, because of the ULEZ expansion, orders that he takes for delivery inside the expanded zone are just not profitable. His ability to do business has been significantly and negatively affected by the Mayor's policy of ULEZ expansion. And if the further expansion goes ahead, his story will be repeated all across Outer London. Fundamentally, expanding ULEZ to the whole of Greater London is the wrong approach to dealing with air quality in London. The Mayor has set aside nearly £400 million for this and related projects, and he's choosing to spend this on a vast camera network with high ongoing maintenance costs and effectively built-in obsolescence. He is buying a great big expensive stick to beat around Londoners' heads. Imagine the size of the carrot we could buy with £400 million. This policy must be opposed, and I hope the Assembly will support this motion.
Can I ask Assembly Member Best to second the motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. I will second the motion and give Assembly members time to read it and speak if there is no speakers.
Okay. Can I ask Assembly Member Pigeon, please, to speak on the motion?
Thank you very much indeed. Every Londoner deserves air that is clean and safe to breathe. And cleaning up London's polluted air requires bold policies. And the Liberal Democrat group therefore welcomes the Mayor's announcement to consult on expanding the ultra-low emission zone. Back in 2010, Boris Johnson's transport strategy made explicit reference to the possibility of introducing some form of road user charging schemes in London. In 2015, Boris Johnson confirmed the introduction of the ultra-low emission zone. 2 years later, in 2017, Conservative-led councils, Barnet, Havering and Richmond all expressed support for a London-wide expansion of the ultra-low emission zone. But now, with this oversimplified one-line motion, the Conservative group on the London Assembly is opposing any expansion of the ULEZ seemingly forever. We have to ask ourselves, does this motion oppose an expansion of the scheme at any point in the future? Or are we saying that outer London doesn't deserve the same clean air as inner London? That this motion could have referenced issues with the proposal's timescale, the missing critical details on the scrappage scheme, as we highlighted this morning, or whether there should be minor changes and grace periods for specific vehicles. Instead, this motion seeks to do nothing other than oppose the very basic concept of clean air for outer London. And while the Liberal Democrats support the policy of expansion, we do recognise that the Mayor is failing to be transparent with regards to issues such as details of the scrappage scheme, which we think needs to go hand in hand with this consultation. But this motion does nothing to address any of these concerns. It really is just making a political statement. Therefore, Assemblymember Bakar and I cannot support this, and we urge colleagues to vote against this and to support clean air for the whole of London.
Assembly Member Berry, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So earlier on we did hear the Conservatives trying out a number of their arguments against expanding the ultra-low emission zone to better protect all of London on the Mayor. And some of their points, particularly the ones relating to the cost of living crisis that the government's presided over, I think are indeed potential impacts of any scheme that we must mitigate. So I think they do make some points, but these are not in the motion. And I think if we're talking about mitigations like scrappage schemes, they ought to be built into the scheme as well, not something that depends on government. So there are arguments you could have made, but this motion doesn't do that. It's very simplistic, and I didn't see anything you talked about this morning so far that would prevent a fair and effective scheme with the right mitigations from being developed and implemented to protect all Londoners from filthy air. So yes, we'll be voting against this motion, and instead the Greens will be encouraging as many Londoners to respond to the Mayor's consultation to make these points as we possibly can. And I'm particularly keen to make sure that it isn't just people who own vehicles who respond to this consultation, because it's intended to protect all Londoners and give them the right to clean air. And I think all Londoners should be responding to this to say why they feel empowered to support the Mayor's policies to do this and what changes they want to see within that scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Garrett, please, too?
Thank you, Chair. This is really an inner versus outer London thing. I think we've heard many examples of how different the two worlds are. So we spoke about outer Londoners need clean air as much as inner Londoners. In fact, the air in outer London is already much cleaner than in inner London. So we're already well ahead of you central London folks. I spoke earlier about the impact on less well-off Londoners with cars. And I think it'd be fair to say the Mayor is not really interested in hearing that. He wanted to pretend that it was the government's ULEZ policy when it looked like there might be a problem with it. I want to also highlight a motion that came to Sutton Council earlier this year. So this was supported cross-party, including by all the Liberal Democrats, in which the Council expressed concern about the unfair, regressive social and economic damage that possibly well-intentioned environmental measures could have on people in Sutton, particularly motorists, by pushing up the cost of living and that without providing capital funding for alternatives, neither the Mayor of London nor the government should consider it an environmental measure simply to impose new taxes and charges on motorists in boroughs such as Sutton and many others as well. And I think when we hear glib comments, I'm going to say, from, for example, Assemblymember Berry just now about, of course, we will consider the impact and so on, I would ask you to consider how often does anyone in this chamber who is not a Conservative Assembly member ever, off their own initiative, raise any of those concerns? How often ever you raise them when someone else puts them in front of you and you're forced to confront them? You never start out by saying, I'm very concerned about the impact that this might have, let's consider it. And I think this is the reality that people in Outer London are starting to notice.
Can we not have interruptions, please?
I think we're probably going to continue with interruptions, in fairness, Chair. So I think this is the problem that I have, representing part of Outer London, as someone who lives in Outer London. There is just a very strong sense that people in this chamber, to a large extent, and people who operate transport policy in this building seem to have no understanding and very little interest in understanding how life is in Outer London. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I have Assemblymember Cooper now please come in? Now's the time to speak.
Okay, well, wow, you've probably just inspired at least half of the Labour group, many of whom live in Outer London. We have really vigorous debates within our group. We do not all come at this from exactly the same angle. We know that this is a really difficult thing for many Londoners. We know that Boris, who first talked about the ultra-low emission zone in 2015, made sure that it was going to be implemented after he was no longer going to be the Mayor of London in 2016. And there's very good reasons for that, because it is the the difficulty of bringing in the first zone in central London, the congestion zone, the T-charge, followed by the ULEZ in central London, followed by expanding it to the north and south circular. All of those have been difficult arguments. My constituency is Outer London and Inner London. I live on the border between Wandsworth and Merton, so I live in Outer London. If you come to where I live, it has all the characteristics of Outer London. I'm at least a mile from my nearest tube station. And I could go, we could go around the room. And I know there are people in the Conservative group who are air quality campaigners. I would take my hat off to Assemblymember Best, who has campaigned incessantly on issues relating to incinerators. I could go around and mention, half of my group who have, who are raising the difficult issues, which we raised this morning with the Mayor, about how do you make this work in Outer London? How do you make it work fairly in Outer London? Are we looking at car clubs? Are we using it smart road user pricing and the journey to that? What are we doing about making sure that people who need to get to work, poorer Londoners, how are we going to protect them as we move forward? We went through all of these discussions from 2016. But having found a report when he first came into office that said how many schools were in areas of poor air quality, and we did a piece of work in the Environment Committee where we looked at the number having dropped from 344 schools to 14. But we know that the more we find out about air pollution and particulate matter, the more urgent the action is that we need. And I'm not even talking about it in terms of climate, because I know that that will probably fall on stony ground with some people around the room. But we do need to move forward. I don't think there is any argument that we would, if this was water, be allowing Londoners to be drinking filthy water. And because we can't see the pollution because it is so small, we still have to act to try and clean up London's air. And it does impact on Outer London. The figures for health are now showing that more deaths and more illness are in Outer London. It will be difficult. It will be difficult. But this motion, frankly, I think is just playing politics with this. And I think you're better than this. You are better than this. And we will be voting against.
Can I call upon Assemblymember Bailey, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to address the comments made by Assemblymember Cooper. Much of what you said is correct. But this morning's session showed us two things. The Mayor never considered an alternative. The Mayor and the Chairman of TfL were very, very weak on answering an alternative. And an important thing about living, he did not consider an alternative realistically. An important thing about this, right, we should have been looking at ways that we could support Outer London. Because it is different living in Outer London. I live in very Outer London. I've also lived right in the middle of London, and it is very different. It is impossible It is. I get it. It's impossible for us to conduct the way we live out in London in the way that you do inside. And it feels like to us that people who are inside London are imposing something that has worked for them. Yes, Boris was right to have a central air zone. That worked, yeah, but it will not work in outer London. And yes, we can see the air actually because we had a heat map. And what our heat map let us know is that the poor air was basically in the centre of London and Heathrow. So to impose the same kind of control in out of London simply won't work. We should have went much, much more with alternatives and the carrot, because it would help poor communities in London exist. That's why I feel this is very simple. Nobody's saying we don't want to clean the air. I'm an asthma sufferer. I support my local boxing club and watch the kids struggle when we run sometimes. I understand what's going on, but we need a method that doesn't cost Londoners millions and millions of pounds to be punished. We could have supported Londoners. We could have made the scrappage scheme that much bigger. We could have done travel credits, all kinds of things. But instead, you just want to drop a zone on top of people that will charge them forever, people who won't be able to change their car anytime soon, and they will continue to suffer all the time with their family life being curtailed because of a zone that is a sledgehammer to crack a nut.
Thank you. Assemblymember Boff.
Oh, I forgot to switch it off from the last time. Sorry about that. It was so much easier when I was chairing. I just left it on. I wasn't going to speak, and I'm sure people were praying that I wasn't going to speak again. But it was this idea of car clubs being mentioned twice this morning. If the mayor says one thing and delivers another, he says how much he loves car clubs, and yet explicitly in the London plan he rejected additional spaces to encourage car clubs. He rejected them, despite the planning committee raising that with the mayor. And also, the whole policy, it's very, very easy for all of us here, with our earnings, with what we earn, to agree a policy that disproportionately falls on the poorest in our community. Because that's what this ULEZ policy does. It gives us kudos, but the people who are actually suffering, the people who are unable to get into work, the NHS workers who will have to pay the ULEZ in order to start an early shift when there is no public transport, they're the ones you're asking to pay. It's not about what we say, it's what we do and who we listen to in terms of improving air quality in London. These bold statements from the mayor do nothing. All he does is increase hot air. Thank you.
Can I ask Assemblymember Best now to make a contribution?
Thank you, Chair. I think there's no doubt that everyone in this room is extremely concerned about air quality, but what I still don't understand, and I understand the Labour members, you have to go with it, but over here I don't understand how you're just signing up to it. We don't have the answers. The Mayor told us this morning he doesn't have the data that proves this works. And we're talking about £400 million, potentially, of capital spending. And you're not questioning how that's spent. You just willingly sign up to it. It's odd that you could, and we talk about the carrot, you could instead, right, there's 13% of vehicles in London aren't ULEZ compliant. So you could tackle those vehicles with a scrappage scheme with that money, and that would take them all off the road. Gone. That's done. Problem done in London. The car's off the road. People got a carrot. They didn't get a stick. They didn't get a £4,000 bill every year. I don't understand why you're not questioning it. You could buy 2.6 million bikes for Londoners. You could put people on bikes that have never been on bikes before. Assemblymember Russell, I thought you loved that. But you aren't asking these questions, and I don't understand it. School streets. I think it was Assemblymember Harani was talking about school streets today. You could fund 10,000 school streets with this money. But instead, we're supposed to sit here and willingly think this is the best idea with absolutely no data. We already saw that in the expansion, that only a third, less than a third, of the cars that TfL forecast would be on the road were on the road. So why are we doing it again? And why are we continuing to spend £400 million? And then we come back again to who this is targeting. I honestly don't understand who you think this targets. Because if you do come to outer London, you see it as the older people, it's the disabled, and it's the poorest in our communities that this is affecting. And how that doesn't get through, I just don't see. because it's not the rich people in London that are driving around in 20-year-old petrol cars. I don't know who you think is targeting. I genuinely still don't understand that. Because when I go and see people who have got a disabled child that they can't take out anymore because of there's no blue badge exemption, and they can't go out anymore. They can't go sit down to Walthamstow. They have to go into Essex now. And now, next year, you want to take that away from them. And they don't know what to do. And these are real people. I don't know who sometimes you're speaking to or who you think this targets. It really does confuse me. And at the end of the day, it's not going to work. I've just given you all the carrots. That is just some carrots that I've thought of. If we all came together and had to, I'm sure we could think of some more. But how you're just accepting this policy that it doesn't, that we have no idea whether it's working now and presuming it will work in future at such a massive cost to Londoners, I am absolutely confused. And so I think, yes, we do need to oppose it until we have some more information. And if there is information that it works, and if it doesn't penalise the most, and we don't clean up the air on the backs of the poorest, and maybe we'll consider it.
Thank you for that, Assembly President. I hope you will show the leniency I showed you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair. There seems to be some confusion as to what the motion actually says. So can I just read it out so we've got this recorded into the transcript? The motion says, this Assembly opposes any further expansion of the ultra-low emission zone. It doesn't say anything further than that, just to be clear.
We've had a discussion. Is there any other Assembly member who wants to make a contribution? Okay. In that case, I'm going to ask the Assembly member Rogers to sum up, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you all, Assembly members, for very interesting contributions to the debate. I just want to pick on a point from Assembly member Pidgeon, who said that this motion shows that our group opposes the basic concept of clean air in outer London. That's absolutely not the case. It couldn't be further from the truth. It's about how we achieve cleaner air in outer London. And this proposed expansion is an enormously blunt instrument that will, as my colleagues have said, affect some of the most vulnerable people in our city. There will be smarter ways of doing this, better ways of spending that £400 million that do not impact Londoners on low incomes. Now, this wasn't in the Mayor's manifesto, so it's going to come as a huge shock to hundreds of thousands of people in outer London that suddenly they're going to realise that the Mayor wants to charge them £12.50 a day just to live their daily lives. I don't think we have a disagreement here about addressing air quality in London at all, but we do disagree about this ULEZ expansion, which is a massive stick to beat around the heads of Londoners. We need a big carrot. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to put the motion now to vote. All those in favour of the motion?
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour, Chair.
All those against the motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15 against, Chair. That motion falls.
The motion falls. The next motion is on police pay and is to be moved by Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. As everyone knows, we here at the Assembly take our responsibility to scrutinise the Metropolitan Police Service very seriously, and we welcome the opportunity for dialogue and constructive criticism when we think that there are areas that they need to improve. What is often perhaps not as clear is our concern for their welfare, their morale, our appreciation for the bravery, commitment and dedication of all those who work for the MPS, and our gratitude for their service. I know that all members of the Assembly will agree with me on this point. Police officers have one of the hardest jobs in the public sector. They are the individuals who run into danger while the rest of us run away from it. Police officers put their lives on the line to protect all Londoners and to ensure that we are able to live and work freely in this, the greatest city in the world. PC Akram from Dagenham Police Station in my constituency attended a domestic incident where he was violently attacked with a sword. Despite being slashed, he managed to arrest the attacker. However, he was in hospital for 5 days, couldn't use his hands, and was off work for 6 months. He has rightly been nominated for the National Police Bravery Award. On top of keeping us safe in the streets, the police respond quickly to the ever-changing nature of crime, adapting to counter the reality of online criminality. They have, due to cuts to public services, been forced to take on ever more work that would otherwise have been the remit of someone else. Cuts to social services, to housing benefits, to gang prevention schemes, all create a complex, often interwoven social problems, and ultimately it is the police who are the service of last resort. They have been doing all of this, facing a decade of budget cuts themselves. Last year, other key workers like those in the NHS were given a pay rise, a modest one. All the while, police officers have had their pay frozen, and now this year, the decision to award police officers a 2% pay uplift in the context of a decade of pay freezes that amount to a 20%, yes, a 20% real terms pay cut, which is nothing short of insult. We are facing an unprecedented cost of living crisis with inflation at 9% this year. We saw this week that petrol prices are at an all-time high, and police officers are quite simply not being properly remunerated for the work that they do. The Metropolitan Police Federation today, and I would like to think in anticipation of this motion, but sadly that's not the case, had this to say: we work in one of the most expensive cities in the world. Half of Met police officers say that they worry about the state of their personal finances every day. And on a similar note yesterday, this is what the Federation had to say. Inflation is around 9%. A survey of 30,000 officers nationally revealed 14% say they never or almost are never able to cover their monthly bills. 58% reported low morale, up from 48% last year. And that is why, colleagues, I'm bringing this motion to the Assembly, which calls for the Chair of the Assembly to write to the Home Secretary and the Police Remuneration Review Body to ask them to get back around the table and come up with a solution that will help address the stark reality of the cost of living crisis and give police officers a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. I hope that all members of the Assembly can, I'm sure they will, support this statement, and can march with the Chair of the Federation. I know you'll be watching in on this debate. I can assure you that all members of the Police Committee, all of us here actually do care about the welfare of the officers. He's not here, Susan, but I'm sure he's watching online. Yeah. Normally he is here, actually, but to keep a watch on all of us. But look, colleagues, this is a serious motion. I know everyone cares about the welfare of officers, so please support.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Ahmed to second the motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Any other Assembly members who want to make a contribution? Okay, in that case, Assembly Member Ahmed, this is the moment to exercise your reservation.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to second this motion on what is an extremely important issue. We know that London can be one of the most expensive cities to live in for all of our key workers. This is shown in that around half of all Met police officers don't actually live in the capital. The obvious concern here is that with the rising cost of living and with inflation as high as it is, increasing numbers of officers will be forced out of our city and away from the communities that they police, or that good candidates won't join the Met when we so need them to at the moment. We heard firsthand about the struggles that some police officers are having at the moment. At last month's Police Federation meeting, a police officer from Wales was visibly emotional when she put it to the Home Secretary that she had received financial advice telling her to leave the police, to work 22 hours a week and to claim benefits as she would be better off. How can this be right, she asked the Home Secretary, and I'm sure that every member of this Assembly is thinking the same thing. It is vitally important that we address this issue as it looks as if the cost of living crisis will get worse before it gets better. I would encourage all members of the Assembly in this chamber to support this motion and to use our voice to urge the Home Secretary and the Police Remuneration Body to get back around the table and to come up with a fair and equitable pay rise for our hard-working police officers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other Assembly members who want to contribute? In that case, I'll ask Assembly Member Desai to sum up, please.
Chair, I think I've said everything that I need to say.
Thank you. In that case, we'll move on to the vote. All those in favour of the motion?
Is that unanimous?
I believe it's unanimous. Okay, the next motion is on Silvertown and is to be moved by Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. So yes, this motion that I'm bringing to the Assembly today, it's not at all about whether the Silvertown Tunnel should go ahead. We all know my very clear feelings about that issue. But the crucial theme of this motion is transparency. And I'm afraid this whole project has been quite lacking in it, but there is something crucial that we need to know. Now that the Elizabeth line is open, the Silvertown Tunnel is the single largest investment in transport in London that we have. It's the single largest investment, and it's going ahead with no modelling on the consequences on health, congestion and the climate if traffic, in fact, does increase with this bit of road building, which usually does happen. So we do need to know what will happen if the tolling that is supposed to stop that traffic from increasing doesn't happen, if a future mayor of any kind chooses to remove or reduce the tolls, or if indeed a future government of any kind makes us do that. I mean, it could happen in part if the tolling just isn't the same deterrent to traffic that the planning assumes it will be, or if a higher proportion of vehicles are made exempt or get a discount, or for many other reasons. So this is not a partisan point, and it's not to say that any of these things are likely or to accuse any party of being likely to do them. It's just to be clear that we know the consequences of this if it were to happen in different scenarios, so that we can prepare for them, and so potentially we all might be prepared to argue about them with knowledge if we end up doing that. So yes, we've had the members of the Silvertown Tunnel Coalition who represent a wide range of local campaigners. We've had local councillors at both ends of the tunnel. They've repeatedly called for this information, modelling what would happen if traffic were to increase, if there were not any tolls. They've supported people in Greenwich and Newham. Then they deserve to know what effect such a huge project might have on them. So the motion just asks for the Mayor to commit to making this modelling happen and to release it to us. And until we do, we can't have that properly informed discussion about the potential consequences of this project, which is £2.5 billion. So I want to thank Assemblymember Pigeon for her own efforts to persuade TfL already to release this information, as well as the Silvertown Tunnel Coalition and the local politicians who are standing up for it. And I hope the rest of the Assembly will come together and heed these repeated calls for something as simple and fundamental as knowledge and transparency about the possible impacts of this big project. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Assemblymember Pigeon to second the motion, please?
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to second this motion today and thank Assemblymember Berry for tabling it. I've made inquiries about the issues raised in this motion and have been in repeated correspondence with the Commissioner Andy Byford. And this motion is merely about the need for modelling information to be provided on the health, congestion and climate consequences of there being no road user charging at the Blackwall and Silvertown tunnels at some point in the future. I think that's a very reasonable request. There's no absolute certainty that charging at the two tunnels will exist on a permanent basis. Yet the only information we have access to predicts charges being permanently in place. So I think it's quite reasonable for the public to know what the full implications would be if charging is removed at some point in the future. And of course the Silvertown Tunnel would be with us for many, many decades to come. But in my correspondence, the Commissioner has stated to me it's not our role at TfL to preempt or prejudice future decisions by future mayors of London. And in a strict sense, he is right in making that statement. But that's not to say that the information should not be available. The public has a right to know how the Silvertown Tunnel could operate in the decades ahead. And TfL states that user charging is an integral component of the scheme. So if that is the case, we should know what the consequences would be if that integral component is taken away. We also actually need to know how the Silvertown Tunnel and Blackwall tunnels charging would operate in the future with any future road charging, especially as one of the arguments for it is that it would replace the multiple road charges that currently exist. So I hope this motion, asking for that simple information, is supported by all Assembly members, because whatever your views on the Silvertown Tunnel, and we have a range of them around this table, we should proceed with a full picture of what might happen and total transparency. So this publication of this information is vital and should take place. And I hope members will support it today.
Thank you. Can I ask Assemblymember Baker now, please speak?
Thank you, Chair. The Labour Group will be voting against this motion. Of course, we support ensuring that the Silvertown Tunnel project does not have a negative impact on health, congestion and climate. We support sustainably reducing car use in London while acknowledging those who need to use cars for mobility, work and caring needs. But we do not believe this motion will get us a single step closer to this goal. In fact, I believe it sends us down a dead end. The scenario outlined here, that the Silvertown Tunnel will be built but no toll imposed, will not happen. Sorry, is there... Yeah? This scenario will not happen. We're talking about transparency, but it's transparency of a scenario, of a situation that doesn't exist. Assemblymember Pigeon says there's no absolute certainty that a toll will be imposed. But that's not a situation isn't unusual. The vast majority of political decisions could be reversed. The tunnel could be closed. It could be filled up. Who knows what could happen in the future? But the economic reality, this is true. What possibly could not be reversed? But the economic reality is that TfL, we would have to pay back the money from stretched budgets. I'm not expecting transport to be awash with money in the future, unfortunately. I wish it was. In a political context where we all agree that we're moving towards more road charging, not less. So what purpose would it do to serve this modelling, or to model multiple different scenarios, half a toll, double the toll? What purpose would it serve? When TfL money and resources are under such pressure? It would serve one purpose, to enable further dramatic but false arguments to be made about the tunnel. If you disagree with this project, which many, many do, as we know, continue to make those arguments. Do it on the reality. It does no good to our shared aims. It does no good to our shared aims, okay? All of us, to ensure London's transport system works for all Londoners. There will be a toll. There is no point modelling no toll.
Can I ask Assembly Member Bailey, please, to contribute?
We in the Conservative Group will be supporting this motion. To spend such a huge amount of Londoners' money on a project where we have not bottomed out all of the potential impacts is incredible to me. When you talk about the potential impact on traffic, on air quality, on people's livelihoods, to do that, I think is incorrect. It almost reminds me of why we oppose the ultra-low emission zone, because there's a lack of information there as well. So we will be supporting this, because I do think it's sensible to ask these questions. And importantly, the point I think that hasn't been mentioned, it is correct for the Assembly to ask for this information, to send a message. We will not idly sit by while the Mayor makes such huge decisions with a massive gap in the data for the public. It's all very well the Mayor knowing this stuff or not, but the public need to be part of this conversation all the time. This data should be the minimum of what they're provided. We will be supporting this motion.
Assembly Member Hall.
I didn't know my colleague was going to speak, but of course he's completely right, and we agree with that. And it's about transparency. Before Assemblymember Baker got up to speak, I was going to say, of course we all support this. It's all about transparency. That's what we're all about here, transparency. I'm shocked and stunned that the Labour group don't go along with transparency, but then neither does our Mayor. What can you do? Thank you.
Assemblymember Garrett, please.
Speaking. Remember the manifesto? The most transparent mayor ever. That's what he said. I know you can see through him sometimes, but he was supposed to be transparent in the sense of publishing information, being accountable to the public, accountable to the electorate. And I think Assemblymember Bailey sort of put his finger on this just a moment ago. This is like a little repeat of our ULEZ debate we've just had about transparency and about considering alternatives. What's really interesting to me is the sort of slightly embarrassing, cringy speech we just had from Labour about why they're really against transparency, when the motion, I think, is a very difficult motion to disagree with. And what we see from Labour in this Assembly time and again, we saw it earlier, not really listening to members of the public, just slavishly following the Mayor on ULEZ, on City Hall, where people maybe grumble about how it's difficult to get here and they're late. No one ever publicly criticises the Mayor for that decision. And on this decision, obviously the Mayor has decided he isn't going to publish the information, and so none of you, even though you know it's the right thing to do, will support publishing that information. it's really a bit unfortunate and slightly embarrassing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Hirani please to contribute?
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't actually going to speak on this, but I think, to be honest, I think in the time I've been at the Assembly, this is probably one of the worst motions I've seen. So why don't we ask TfL to look at modelling what would happen if a future mayor decided to make all the buses and trains free? Why don't we decide to model what it would look like if ULEZ charges and congestion charges were all free? What Ellie was articulating, what Assemblymember Baker was articulating in her response was actually it's not even on anyone's agenda to make the crossing free. So we're asking the civil servants to spend money on modelling a scenario that will not happen under the current mayor anyway. And I think we have a financial responsibility as well, fiscal responsibility. So we don't need to be necessarily asking officers to spend public money on issues that will not emerge and are not in any consideration under the current mayor and TfL's agenda as well anyway. So I think from a fiscal responsibility point of view, we shouldn't be throwing money. This will not be cheap. It will cost money to have this kind of study. And I think it just doesn't make sense from that perspective, especially if you're looking at what the motion is actually calling. It's not about transparency or looking at the cost of Silvertown itself, but actually it's about a model of the Silvertown tunnel, which is not due to be under consideration at any point soon.
Assemblymember Best.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm the assertion that we shouldn't throw money at projects where we don't understand the data. Thank you.
Assemblymember Boff.
It's one of those seminal moments in Assembly history when a political group decides we don't want to know. We want to take all our decisions in ignorance. We do not want the data. And that sums up what the Labour Party's position is today. Thank you very much.
Any other Assembly members who want to make a contribution? So I'm gonna ask Assembly Member Berry to sum up, please.
Okay, I know we all want to go and have a cup of tea, so I'll be very, very brief. My gratitude to the Conservative Group for understanding the principle that this is a scrutiny body and therefore no information is not wanted. I also just want to very quickly, because we know which way the vote's going to go, tackle the point that Assemblymember Baker made, that why would we don't want to know this, let's not do this because, we'd also have to look at what if it was double or what if it was half. Well, actually, if you look at the current documents that were agreed at the time of the Planning Permission, the DCO, more than 5 years ago, what's in there is very simply an assumption that the traffic increase will be zero because there will be tolling that keeps it that way. And the details of tolling were worked out according to projections and forecasts and things like that to satisfy the inspector more than 5 years ago with a certain level of toll put in there. But the mayor, in order to make the tolling plans, is going to have to do that modelling again. And he is going to have to do it with a toll that is X amount and X plus 2 and X divided by 2 and 0. So we're asking him to give us the 0 number for tolling now, do that modelling so that we can be aware of this, and then later on he's going to have to do the same thing anyway with different levels of tolling to model it until it gets to a traffic increase of 0. At the moment, the traffic increase of 0 is simply an assumption that is made. So this isn't something outlandish that we're asking for. It's not a lot of work. It is just something that we want to know now so that we can be satisfied in our job as scrutineers. So let's be clear that what the motion is doing. And it isn't, if it was a motion against Silvertown Tunnel, we would not have the Conservative Group on board. It is a motion in favour of scrutiny. That is all this is.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we now need to move to the vote. All those in favour of the motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 against, Chair, so that motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Okay, I want to actually, we're nearly towards the end, just bear with me for a moment. So we're just going to go through for formality. But I want to really thank all the Assembly members for making sure we went those 10 motions very efficiently, very effectively. We did this within 2 hours. So thank you. Thank you very much for that. The Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meetings held between February 22 and April 22. Thank you. The Assembly is recommended, noting that it's a joint decision with the Mayor and is in line with pay awards agreed for the GLA staff, to agree a pay award of 2% is made to the Chief Officer and to the Executive Director of Resources, and that the Monitoring Office allowance be awarded to the member of staff undertaking that responsibility is also increased by 2%. Can we agree that, please? It's proposed that the London Assembly uses the 7th of July 22 meeting of the plenary sessions principally to hold a question and answer session with invited guests on the legacy of the 2012 London Olympic Games and Paralympic Games. Can we agree to that? The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 23rd of June, 2022, in the Chamber of City Hall. Right. I've had no urgent business reported to me, therefore this meeting is called to an end.
Thank you, Chair. So, just to finish our MQT discussion, your group did indeed come back and support it, so that's unanimous in favour of going ahead. So I will just pick up 2 issues with groups. One is we'll do a head count